Head to the downtown Lee Summit Farmers Market, where local meets fresh. Then grab a cup of coffee and discover a variety of shops and boutiques just around the corner. Continue the fun in downtown Lee Summit at a retro arcade bar. Discover your new beer at one of our 6 locally owned breweries. Cool off with some handcrafted cocktails at happy hour. End the night with live music and good company. Lee Summit, Missouri.
Hello, Lee Summit. I'm Laura, and this is your flash briefing for the week of April 21st. City Council will hold a joint session with the Planning Commission on Tuesday night at 6 in Council Chambers in City Hall. Meetings are open to the public or watched live on the city's YouTube channel. If you can't watch, catch the recorded meeting on demand on the YouTube channel or by subscribing to the Council Debrief newsletter, which breaks down 3 to 4 key agenda items. Subscribe at cityofls.net. Help keep medications out of waterways by participating in National Drug Take-Back Day on April 26th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. This event is a safe and convenient way to dispose of unwanted over-the-counter and prescription drugs. Drop-off locations include the Lee Summit Police Department, the Lee Summit Medical Center, and the Places Restaurant at John Knox Village. Your feedback is needed on the city's capital improvement plan, which outlines anticipated city infrastructure improvements for fiscal years 2026 through 2030. The online comment period runs through this evening, April 21st, on the city's website, but comments can also be submitted in person at the April 24th Planning Commission meeting. And participate in Sweep the Summit, April 26th or 27th. Pick a street, grab some bags, and help clear litter from our community. Prizes will be awarded for the most unique item found, the most waste collected, and the best social media post. Please register the street or area that will be cleaned on the city's website. Thanks for listening, and have a great week.
This is the best place to work.
I love working here.
I feel very blessed.
I love it here.
I look forward to coming to work every day, being a part of this team.
Like a family away from home.
Where everyone feels like everybody knows their name.
A city that supports you. We see that with our benefits.
A pension, vacation days, job security.
Being able to be heard.
We feel valued. We feel respected.
Lee Summit is a very progressive city.
It's growing, it's thriving.
We have this drive towards not just doing a job, but doing it with a spirit of excellence.
I had the opportunity to continue to grow, regardless of 30 plus years doing this kind of work.
It's more than just dollars and cents.
We're here really to give back.
Providing a service to better a community.
To go out and serve people.
To be a part of something bigger than yourself. If I would have known what I know now, years ago, I would have been here much sooner.
So many of our past successes were made possible by understanding the multitude of perspectives in our community. When we take the time to see the world through someone else's eyes, we enrich our own understanding and foster an environment where everyone can thrive. When I see the renovations we've made to our parks, I see an investment not just in essential infrastructure, but in people that builds community and directly impacts the physical and social well-being of our residents.
I see equity, inclusive playgrounds where people from all walks of life can come together.
I see a place to play.
When I see the development we have helped facilitate in our community, I see the results of solution-oriented decision-making, with job opportunities, easier access to goods and services, housing options, improved infrastructure, and increased economic growth.
I see projects created through collaboration between the city and developers that will provide value, benefit, and opportunity to the Lee Summit community.
I see growth in community and a way to connect more people to their food.
When I see the major road improvements underway, I see well-connected and safe transportation that enhances mobility and increases access to local businesses, spurring economic growth, safe deliveries to homes, and happy trips to ball games and activities.
I see improved roadways, added sidewalks, and shared use paths for pedestrians and cyclists, safe transportation and recreation for all.
I see better connectivity, increased lanes, less congestion, and just make it easier to get around.
When I see the investments we've made in public safety, I see enhanced emergency preparedness and first responders who are ready on a moment's notice to protect the community and deliver immediate life-saving care.
I see the city value its fire department employees come to fruition in recruitment, retention, and a positive culture.
I see a community that can respond to emergencies quickly. My whole family lives in Lee Summit, so there's a lot of peace of mind there.
What we do is not just about making decisions and funding budgets. It's about enriching the quality of life for all of our residents. It's about realizing that a building is not just steel and concrete, a park is not just metal and ropes, a road is not just asphalt, and a city is not just land. It's about the experiences we provide to all people of all generations and backgrounds. I have always volunteered in the community and I was always really involved, but then I ran for school board. Whenever I got done with my term, I just felt like I had more to give. It's always been my goal from day one is to get everyone in the community connected and working together, and I always called it a spirit of community. Well, Mayor's 24/7 and I have a job. I've had to work really hard at compartmentalizing, is what I call it. So during this time, I'm going to do work. During this time, I'm going to be mayor, even though I can get a call at any moment about mayor stuff. And so I've had to even work that much harder at setting aside time for myself or for family. So I like to exercise, I like to work out. Hillary's my wife. She actually goes to work out with me as well. And we do like to go downtown to the shops. We make sure we maximize our time together. I mean, I've got 2 kids as well, and we spend a lot of time with them, or whatever time they will give us these days. And I have a dog. I think most people kind of know me know I have to have a dog. We have so much development going on, and we're growing fairly quickly, so we have a lot of infrastructure needs, and sometimes we have gaps in infrastructure, and we've always managed to get by, but with this kind of growth, we're really having to be creative and look at our options and just have a good plan for water, sewer, roads, and more. If we want to grow the most healthy way, we need a diverse economy. We do have a lot of retail that's opened up here. And there's been new construction for retail. We really need to focus in the future on bringing some, well-paying jobs here, good, strong employers that want to be located in this incredible community of now 101,000 people. A lot of our workforce does commute to work still, so they leave Lee Summit to go to work, and it'd be nice if we could keep some of those citizens right here in our community. The times I feel most proud are actually when I'm in the community and I see the community come together.
We have Buddy in the house. Mr. Mayor!
The tree lighting is always very fun. I always feel very proud. It's just a great warm feeling. The same thing goes for when the council will do something and we come together and make a good decision together. There's been a few of those that you go home feeling like a winner. And one of them was when we put together the downtown farmers market, when we bought the land, and it became real, all that hard work. But also the Diversity and Inclusion Commission, that was months and months of discussions and conversations that were really hard to have, and we went ahead and moved forward and as a council all together, and I was very, very proud of that. And there are a few things that the citizens have done that have really helped us tremendously. First, in the middle of a pandemic, they passed a use tax, which is a way for us to collect sales tax whenever someone purchases online. That helps shore up our revenues so that we can continue to provide as high quality services that our city provides. And it helps us take care of our employees, it helps us with our public safety and more. So I can't be more thankful to the citizens for that. Lee Summit has the opportunity to have a major impact on the economy in the Kansas City area. We already, as an economy, are rolling along with such a high median income. We have an amazing workforce here that are paying taxes, they're paying property taxes, they're paying sales taxes, they're keeping our economy rolling, and we really are getting the attention of all our neighbors. And I think that what's going to happen is you're going to see the opportunity for us to really get everybody's attention when businesses start moving here, bigger businesses and more so. You should try to find a way to give back to the community, whether it's at the city level, citizen committees, or just participating in some of our community conversations whenever we have those opportunities. It's worth coming out of your shell or taking that leap of faith and just showing up and saying, what can I do or how can I help? The more that we do this together, the more wonderful the community is.
Good evening. I'd like to call to order the Lee Summit Planning Commission meeting for Thursday, April 24th, 2025. Can I get a roll call attendance, please?
Mark Kitchens. Sherry Frazier. Present. Jake Lovelace.
Present.
Harry Trafton.
Present.
Dana Arth.
Present.
Anya Jonaford. Jessica Greneau.
Present.
Chip Tutzinski.
Present.
Randy Bembrick.
Present.
All right, thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Chair, I move to approve the agenda.
Second.
All right, can we get a vote on that, please?
Yes. Jake Lovelace,
Yes.
Terry Trafton,
Yes.
Dana Arth,
Yes.
Jessica Gruneau,
Yes.
Chip Tuzinski,
Yes.
Randy Benbrook.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Now is the time for public comments. If anyone has comments related to the business of the Planning Commission in general, now is the time to make those comments. And I see none, so we will move on to the consent agenda. We have application PL 2025-084, sign application, Green Street sign package, 220 Southeast Green Street, City of Lee Summit applicant. And then we have application PL 2024-284, final plat, Kensington Farms, 7th plat, lots 279 through 324, Inspired Homes developer. And then we have approval of the April 10th, 2025 Planning Commission action letter. Can I get a motion on that one?
Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, and we have a second, so can we get a vote on that, please?
Sherry Frazier, Yes. Jake Lovelace,
Yes.
Terry Trafton,
Yes.
Dana Arth,
Yes.
Jessica Gruneau,
Yes.
Chip Tuzinski,
Yes.
Randy Benbrook.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Before we move to the public hearings, I just wanted to say if there's anyone that wants to make a comment, there are forms to fill out back there on that table, and we need those filled out so they can be brought up here. So it doesn't look like anybody's running back there, so we're good. Okay, so we will start with our first public hearing. Application PL 025053, Comprehensive Plan Amendment, 2026 through 2030 Capital Improvement Plan, City of Lee Summit applicant. Would everyone who plans on giving testimony on this application please stand up to be sworn in? All right, thank you.
Okay. Good evening. I'm George Binger, City Engineer. I'd like to enter into the record Exhibit A, list of exhibits 1 through 8.
Exhibit A, 1 through 8, noted and entered into the record.
Okay. Good evening. This is the annual presentation for the city's capital improvement plan. This is a 5-year planning document that is an amendment to the comprehensive plan. And there's also a portion that goes forward for fiscal year 2026 for the Budget Commission. So this is kind of the agenda, kind of an overview, a refresher on the CIP process, review some of the highlights from this year, and kind of review the calendar and the process where we're at this point. So the Capital Improvement Plan, or CIP, is a planning document. It is fiscally constrained. So every project that is shown in here does have an identified funding source with that. Typically, we have our main asset or categories that you'll see in here related to roadways, water, sewer, facilities, aviation, parks, and you'll see that like our IT network is rolled into the facilities part of that. Locally, basically projects that are greater than $75,000 are included in this plan. And then you can see there's the state definition of a public improvement, which basically is owned by a governmental agency and includes these various classes of infrastructure. This is kind of an overview of the process or an illustration of the process. And what this is designed to do is highlight that, I describe this in terms of a funnel. We start with large plans, comprehensive plan, thoroughfare master plans, sanitary sewer master plans, and we receive public input throughout this process. So a lot of times if we get public comment at this juncture in time, it's really hard to make that change in the CIP now, but what that is, that carries over to next year. So there's examples in the past, like Lakewood Way is an example where we got a lot of comment at this time, and following, a couple years later, it was rolled into a bond issue and things like that. So that's why I encourage people to be patient, be persistent, because this input is important as far as guiding our infrastructure plans. So again, we've gone through the process. We had a online comment period for this year fiscal year plan. This year we received one comment online. And then, but the other thing we look at is over the year we get service requests, whether it be complaints related to stormwater, traffic operations, the various things we see on the infrastructure side. So we track those service requests. We look at our work order history because part of this is asset management. So if we have, like the water rehab program is addressing water main breaks. So water utilities tracks work orders as far as that to prioritize work. We have things that are dictated to us by elections, like our bond issue programs, our CIP sales tax, things that have a specific public vote to approve and fund those plans. And then we start, we make sure this is nested under our comprehensive plan, strategic plan. And we go through this process annually. This year we started off in fall or November of last year. And we're now at this point, we're ready to finalize the document for fiscal year 2026. And this planning commission serves as the public hearing for this planning document. So again, we look at the council guidance, public input, we prioritize our funding in sequence. All the projects that are sales tax funded are cash flow. We have, that's the guidance we have from council, is that we're not, the only debt financing we have are bond issues, which are specific ballot measures. That right now the city does not have any like revenue bonds where we'll. So anyway, so we're looking at, prioritize. The star indicates, where we get public input on these. You can see, safety, there are certain regulations that we have regarded to Clean Water Act in various things. Obviously, we look at infrastructure capacity, condition, things that support economic growth. So now we're in the approval process. Again, we look at the required projects. We also have, we use the term highly recommended projects. These are things that maybe it wasn't on the actual ballot language, but when we did the public information preceding election, this is the slate of projects that we said we intend to do this. And obviously projects that are currently underway. I've been in other organizations where somebody comes in and pounds their fist, I want this done now. And they take millions of dollars out of one project, move it to another, and it disrupts the facility and asset management plan for years doing that. So I think the city's been very fortunate of having this long-range vision and understanding how that really has benefited the community. And then we have the annual authorization process, which this is one step in that of looking at that plan, and then next step will be council for the actual budget funding authority. Within the CIP, every project has a detail sheet that looks like this where you describe it. And then this one, we kind of highlight this area here. This is where we've identified the funding for the project, where we've tied it to an actual source of revenue. And down at the bottom, we're kind of looking at, this bubble chart is how does it really tie to our vision with the community. Strategic plan elements, those are really focused more on the current condition of infrastructure. So how is the, so you'll see like how is the condition now, things of that nature. When we look at the Ignite comprehensive plan, that's kind of looking at more of the growth impact or how it supports the growth within that master plan. This is kind of a chart that shows, some of the issues and challenges we're facing. This is infrastructure over time. So now this gray bar structures, that's like inlets and whatnot. So you can see how it's been growing over the year, And so, we're looking at, another 20% growth over the next, from 2022 to 32. So that's one of the challenges on the funding scenarios is with this, is managing this growth. Now, things that have helped us, we talk about, the city in some ways has been very visionary. A lot of communities, their capital improvement plan is basically 5% of their annual operating budget. Within the city, we have dedicated revenue outside the operating budget, and that's been very, very, very beneficial. Going back to the 1980s, where you have the half-cent sales tax for transportation. Parks and Recs has a sales tax. Then we have our CIP sales tax that sunsets in 2032. I mean, the revenue expires in collection stops in 2033. It was first approved in 1997 and has been renewed twice since then. And this is, again, this is focused on transportation, and then the last approval in 2017 added an element of stormwater improvements, capital improvements to that. The excise tax, which is the growth, or is for traffic impacts to new development impact for traffic. That was first approved in 1997. That is basically, it is permanent, and that's assessed as new projects and applications are brought through the development process. Most recently, we had the 2023 bond issue, which you can see there. We've got $90 million in transportation, $74 million for emergency preparedness, which is like the JOF that's currently under construction, fire stations, and other municipal facility improvements. One thing that's also helped us tremendously is the use tax. When that was passed, it was probably about another, I would say about another 8% increase in our revenue since that has been in place. I always like to use the illustration of long-term commitments. My first project with the city was Todd, George, and Scruggs Road in 1999. So you can see the study, the alignment study was done in 1968. Now what that alignment study did was it set that corridor, so as new applications for development came through, it identified that this right-of-way will be dedicated for the future roadway improvement. And that was very beneficial, especially when you think on the east side of town, how densely that's developed. Trying to go back and attain an additional 10 feet off of everybody's property would be very costly and very challenging. So that long-term vision has been very beneficial. Ward Road, it's from 3rd Street south to past county line. It's been built in 3 phases over almost, over almost a 20-year time period. Then you think in terms of the 291 South Corridor. I mean, it's now you've got the Oldham Village taking place. That's kind of the capstone of what's been happening in that area for a period of time, and that started with a long-range plan for that particular area. And then we also have to look at plans for future infrastructure growth, how that will. So this is an example of how we forecast the revenue. This is using that CIP sales tax that was approved in 2017. At the time, we were looking at roughly $10 to $12 million per year. We did not foresee the use tax coming in at that point in time. A lot of the, and so we were looking at planning. What we were looking for was this kind of this gold line here was kind of how we were projecting at that time as far as revenue. What we're seeing here is this red line are the actual expenses. A lot of this, you can see here, COVID flattens out. Then we start hitting the inflationary period where construction costs are going up quite a bit. And then you see our projected revenue here. The main difference in this revenue are the grants that we've received. The city regularly, applies for transportation grants, aviation grants, things of that nature. So that's really the biggest difference. So the combination of the use tax, increases in revenue have basically been able to keep pace with the expenses. And so we're looking at, we may see some potential savings for additional projects in the future. And that'll be a conversation we're probably looking at starting next year as we're finishing this 15-year program. But again, this is an example of how kind of this long-range vision has been very beneficial when it comes to our infrastructure development. So these are the projects we started in 2017. The ones that are lined out in blue are completed. The ones that are highlighted here in orange are either under construction or in design at this point in time. So you can see we're down to like that last, that last group coming forward on this. So highlights this year, overall $792 million over 5 years. That includes prior year work. So that would be like, Chipman Road has had funding for several years. It accumulates in the prior year. So that funding plus what we have in FY26 is $440 million. So the balance of that is FY27 through FY30. We've completed 21 projects this year that will no longer be shown in the CIP. That work totaled about $30 million. We've added 27 projects in this time period, totaling about $68 million. This is a overall summary of the CIP and the numbers. So If you go down, these are the different categories within the CIP. And then if you go through the columns left to right, that's the annual estimated spend plan for that category. And then the far right will be the total for that category. Bottom would be the total for that year.
So the prior year's column, that's not cumulative, or is it average or cumulative?
That is cumulative.
Okay.
So that is FY25 and before.
Okay, and these are probably, that's probably indexed?
No,
to-
that's
oh,
actual.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, these are actual budget numbers or cost estimate numbers.
Thank you.
Now, you'll see that from year to year, we have to update these costs. So like some of the projects we had last year, we've had to increase the budget this year, just, you know, either inflation or changes in scope or, and things like that.
George, that
I'm sorry, yes.
line on airport,
Yes.
that is the new, that's the hangar in addition to CIP projects that were approved.
Yes, this includes Hangar 2, the terminal building, the east side infrastructure development is what's included in this.
But it doesn't include the fire station that's going over.
Correct. The fire station, yeah, we've purchased the land for the fire station. The fire station is a future project, and I think it may actually show up in the facility category.
Oh, okay.
I'd have to look, but it's listed on one of the detail sheets.
Okay, great, thank you.
Example of unfunded projects. Now, again, this is where that public comment, public input from elected officials, planning commission, work orders, service requests, all of that comes into play. The ones that are lined out are ones that we found a funding source for that had been brought before. We talk about transit service. That's pretty much an annual discussion or conversation. You know, the city doesn't have fixed route transit. And again, we make that presentation to Public Works Committee every year, and we have that conversation. Traffic signals, a lot of times those are added. They will come up, hey, we need one now, it meets warrants. So those may be kind of short notice. We identify that maybe 6 to 12 months ahead of time before we roll it into the plan. These are other examples of unfunded projects that have had some conversation or have been talked about at some point in time. I'm trying to think. And again, there may be other projects out there. And so these are things like, is stuff coming, you know, send us a note or an email, you know, hey, what about this?
Wasn't Anderson Way or Road or?
Anderson Drive? Uh-huh.
That was on the unfunded list, but I didn't see it. Is that project being moved forward?
That I don't know, but I can certainly make a note of that.
Back to that slide that you had the streets on, back a couple more. Projects, I mean, that's pretty amazing, all the work you guys are doing. I didn't know if it was on here, so.
Well, that will be when we start the conversation of this, if we have revenue at the end of this project or funds available at the end of this program. That's the type of conversation that, or input we're looking for.
Okay, thank you.
Again, kind of reviewing the process again. And this is our current timeline where we're at. We've got the public hearing tonight, the request for the resolution, and then we'll be taking the budget portion to City Council. And I guess that it would be any other questions or comments.
I've got a question. Just to clarify, so those that are not funded or that are unfunded at this point, do they roll over into the next?
They can.
Year? Okay.
they can. We don't keep this, I would say, years ago, when I say years, like 20-plus years ago, the CIP was about that thick, and it had funded and then unfunded projects. And that unfunded projects, my personal opinion, was an exercise in futility, because it's kind of this, now we go to a master plan, thoroughfare master plan, we go to public comments, we're getting a much more focused list like this.
I was thinking about, so if it's unfunded and you received a significant amount of public comment, I think you said earlier in your presentation,
Correct.
okay. So let's say just in the future, you receive significant comment or request for, let's just say, Main Street, Hook Road, then the next cycle, you take that into consideration for what would be funded for the next period. Is that correct?
Yes, that's one factor we look at. Two examples of that would be Lakewood Way, going to the north of Woods Chapel Road. 3 or 4 years ago, we received close to 20 comments on that. And one of the council members at that time was advocating for that project. We had no funding for it. We had a bond issue come forward. That was presented. Another example would be Southeast Douglas, from 4th Street or 5th Street down to Blue Parkway. That's one that we get calls on that in Public Works regularly, whether it be sidewalk, stormwater issues, regularly over the years. And that was one that was rolled into that bond issue.
So also, I'm guessing though, if there's a request for a particular signal, it has to go through and this is a question, it has to go through a traffic study before it is entered into the public or entered into the funded list?
That is correct. Traffic signals there's specific warrants, and it has to meet 2 or 3 of those warrants before we will go forward with the signal project.
Okay, great. Thank you.
George,
yes.
Real quick, is there a project sheet for the Longview Boulevard? I noticed in the last CIP it was listed, but there was no project sheet for it. Will there be a project sheet for this update?
It is actually included in the Sheer Parkway project sheet. It's been, since the thought is those would be constructed together, it's been rolled into that project.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
Sounds like we don't have any more questions. We're letting you off the hook easily, I guess. Does anybody have comments? Okay.
I just want to say one comment. Public Works is such a really great run part of this city, and they all really care about what they do. And I'm just very proud of the plans that they put together, as well as these funding packages and the CIP. I work with a lot of cities across the state really, and these guys are just one of the best. So I appreciate everything that they do, and thank you to our traffic folks that show up to these meetings, and also our Public Works too. So thank you very much.
Nobody else. I guess I have one comment. Thank you for that presentation. I feel like I learn a lot after even several years of listening to the annual presentation and just all the time that goes into it and the thought. So thank you, George. So with that, our motion is going to be to adopt a resolution. So it's not going to be to make a recommendation. We're the approving body on this. So I think it's Commissioner Brenbrook.
Yes, Chair. I move to direct staff to present a resolution adopting the Capital Improvement Plan 2026 through 2030 as an amendment to the City of Lee Summit Ignite Comprehensive Plan, as amended and approved, the location, extent, and character of all public improvements described in the City of Lee Summit Capital Improvement Plan 2026 through 2030.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Cherry Fraser.
Yes.
Jake Loveless.
Yes.
Terry Trafton.
Yes.
Dana Arth.
Yes.
Jessica Greneau.
Yes.
Chip Tuzinski.
Yes.
Randy Benbrook,
Yes.
All right, thank you. We will move on to application PL 2025-012 Preliminary Development Plan, Christian Brothers Automotive, 110 Southwest Raintree Plaza Drive, Christian Brothers Automotive applicant. If anyone who is planning to give testimony or speak on behalf of this application would stand up and be sworn in at this time. Okay, thank you. So we have our applicant making the presentation. If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
It's Billy Green Jr., 17725 Katy Freeway, Houston, Texas, 77094.
Could you restate your name? I didn't catch it.
Sorry, Billy Green Jr.
Okay, thank you.
Also, I'm here with my engineer and architect as well.
Okay, thank you.
So just to give you a brief overview of Christian Brothers Automotive, of who we are and what we do. We originated out of Houston, Texas, over 40 years ago. We've got over 300 locations located in over 30 states. We do automotive repair, get basically dealership service from us. We do brakes, shocks, tune-ups, oil changes, alignments, electrical systems. We don't do any body work, so that's no painting, no mufflers, no tire recapping, things which are usually considered loud activities. We're open Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Also, only up to the first 90 days of business. We have modified hours on Saturdays. After 90 days, none of our locations are open on the weekends. We take pride in that. It helps us to get a better level of technician, one that enjoys, spending time with their family and friends on weekends. We also utilize a shuttle service. That way, a guest could bring their car to our location. We will take them, when they drop it off, we will take them back home or to their place of employment. Then after their repair is done, we'll pick them up, let them come and retrieve their car. Again, we're known for, we're pretty upscale, not a noisy operation. All across the country we are located beside residences, daycares, Goddard schools. Yes, that's just a brief overview of who we are.
Okay, thank you.
So I figured I'll
Can you
take
state
over.
your name and address for the record?
Yes.
Okay.
My name is Ziad Kakush. I'm the civil engineer. I'm with Z&Co. I'm the president of Z&Co. So I figured I'll take over since Billy is just going to be, he's with Christian Brothers Automotive.
Did you give your address?
Yes.
Oh, you did? You just said it fast. I didn't hear it. Okay.
No, I didn't, but
Oh, you
I
didn't?
will.
Okay.
I said I will.
Okay.
3400 Montrose Boulevard, Suite 2916, Houston, Texas.
Okay, thank
you.
you.
And Billy and I flew together, actually.
Okay.
And, it was annoying me the whole time. So let me go here. All right. So this site, what I wanted to speak about, basically is, the circulation of the site and what we wanted to do and how we wanted to do the site. And, we had a pre-development meeting with staff and basically to discuss any major issues that we wanted to have, if there was any major issues that we needed to address before we came in front of you guys. And we addressed any issues that might have come up or that will come up. And we were able to go through that, and we faced any circulation issues. Basically, the issue of the driveways coming through, the Raintree Plaza, and fire access. That was a main discussion point. And fire hydrant locations, that was a main stickling point for this site, which we addressed. The location of the building, That's how we centered, that's why we centered the building, where it's at and how it's at, and the circulation for fire trucks around the building if they needed to go through or inside the site, and the fire lanes around the building. So that was the main issue that we had, and we were able to address that, no problem. The building is 5,900 square feet. The site is 53,000 square foot site approximately, and building setbacks and all that. All that is within the standards that fits within the site requirements. We haven't had any problems. Staff has been fantastic to deal with. And we haven't had any problems. And from a detention perspective, we have had all that addressed as well. So the architect is with us as well. If there's any questions, we have renderings, for the building. If we need to address that as well, we can talk about that. But we can, I can just walk through that. If you need the architect up here, we can bring him up. I'm going too fast. A little bit jittery. Are the 3D renderings for the site. How we see. This is the lighting plan. We had a neighborhood meeting in February. It was a bit chilly coming from Houston. It was kind of eye-opening. Now I remembered why, especially being bald, not good. I feel you, man. It's not good. I walked out and like, should we buy? So, yeah, but nobody showed up actually. So, but it was a good trip. Reminder, why I live in Houston. But nobody showed up. If you have any questions, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. We will have the city staff give their presentation, and then we will follow up with some questions.
Okay, good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Ian Treffern. Before I begin, I would like to enter into the record Exhibit A, list of exhibits 1 through 11.
Exhibit A, 1 through 11, noted and entered into the record.
Thank you. So this evening, I'm presenting application PL 2025-012, a preliminary development plan for the Christian Brothers Automotive business at 110 Southwest Raintree Plaza Drive. The applicant is requesting approval of a preliminary development plan to develop a 10-bay, 5,962 square foot major automotive repair facility between Southwest Raintree Plaza Drive and Southwest Raintree Drive. Subject property is zoned CP2, Planned Community Commercial, and is located within the M150 Community Development Overlay District. The CP2 district is a higher intensity commercial district intended for businesses such as this, automotive repair, large retailers, just generally higher intensity commercial. And the M150 corridor overlay is intended to apply intensified architectural standards as well as site standards related to sustainability, among other different standards, which the applicant and the proposed project meets all of the development standards, both within the CP2 district and for the M150 corridor. Adjacent zoning on all sides is CP2, Planned Community Commercial, with planned industrial to the south and RP2, two-family dwelling district to the southwest. The subject property obtained its current zoning designation in 2007 when a previous rezoning and preliminary development plan came through. That PDP expired in 2009, null and void due to no FDP being submitted within a 2-year approval period. Once again, looking at the M150 corridor overlay, this property does sit within it, so that includes standards for enhanced architectural features, which is primarily related to building material standards and vertical and horizontal breaks in the facade, which once we get to the elevations, you'll see how this project meets those standards. The Ignite Future Land Use Plan designates this property for a commercial land use, and major automotive repair fits into that category, so it meets that land use plan. Moving over to the project itself, the application and the proposed project meets all development standards, and the applicant is requesting no modifications. Here with the elevations, you can see that particularly along the southern elevation, there's elevations that are pitched, include pitched roofs, materials that are overwhelmingly brick and limestone, which are compatible with other developments in the area, as well as attention paid to providing soldier coursing and architectural features that break up facades that would otherwise be monolithic. So here are some renderings of those elevations. Regarding application information specifically, a neighborhood information meeting was held on February 19th, 2025, where no members of the public attended. Staff has received one call from the public in opposition to the project. That resident cited concerns over the maintenance of the property, parking of vehicles that might be undergoing repairs, as well as traffic implications related to the business operation itself. Staff has received no written comments in favor or in opposition to the project. So with the condition of approval listed here, the application does meet the standards of the Ignite Comprehensive Plan. I'll now stand for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Okay, so we will do, let me get my notes here. We'll do public comments at this time. First of all, has everybody turned in the sheets that they needed to turn in order to do public comments? All right, so it looks like we have, just one for this application. So we have a 3-minute limit on public comments. We make sure not to make any disparaging remarks about the applicant or occupants of the project, or just be respectful about the building, about everything about it. And then and we don't have that in this case because we just have one person making a comment, so I don't have to worry about telling you that if someone's already said what you wanted to say, you don't need to come back and repeat it because we're taking notes of the comments. So we have Courtney Vogelmuth. Okay, you can come and if you want to stand at this microphone here, or if you have, do you have a slide or anything you want to show on the screen?
Fairly no.
Okay. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Courtney Wolgamuth. My address is 4328 Southwest Appl Drive, Lee Summit, Missouri 64082.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. Like I said, my name is Courtney Wolgamuth, and I am a resident of Raintree Lake. I am here today to voice my strong opposition to the proposed Christian Brothers Automotive repair shop at the entrance of our neighborhood. First and foremost, Raintree Lake is a peaceful, family-oriented community. We take pride in our well-maintained homes, scenic views, and calm residential atmosphere that drew us here in the first place. Placing a commercial auto repair shop at our front door is not just inappropriate, it's disruptive to the character and integrity of our neighborhood. An auto repair shop brings a level of noise, traffic, and potential environmental hazards that are not compatible with a residential entrance. Increased vehicle traffic, often involving tow trucks and test drives, will not only create congestion, but also raise serious safety concerns for families walking or biking near the entrance. And to also mention that there are 3 other auto repair facilities within exactly 0.5 miles of the proposed location. Let's also consider the visual impact. While Christian Brothers may present itself as a clean operation, it's still an automotive facility. That means oil changes, vehicle lifts, the smell of exhaust, and the sound of auto tools, all things that clash with the quiet aesthetic of our neighborhood gateway. There's also a matter of property values. Numerous studies have shown that proximity to auto repair shops can lower home values due to perceived noise, pollution, and increased traffic. As homeowners, we have invested not only in our properties, but in a shared vision of this community, of what this community represents. This proposal threatens that investment. I want to be clear, this is not opposition to small business. It's about location. Christian Brothers or any business like it, it simply does not belong at the front of our residential community. There are plenty of commercially zoned areas near that are far more suitable for this type of business, where it can thrive without impacting families and neighborhoods. In closing, I respectfully urge that the Planning Committee reject this proposal and protect the character, safety, and value of Raintree Lake. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, to start, we have another one? I received this one from, is it Alex Ruse? But this wasn't, I couldn't tell. It says, here to listen. Okay. Oh, okay. I just want to make sure you weren't wanting to comment on this application. Okay, thank you. Okay, for starters, does anyone on the commission want to follow up with inquiries of staff or the applicant regarding Ms. Vogelmuth's comments? Does anybody have anything to answer or add? Okay.
I do have a question, Chair.
Okay.
So, Ian, I'm curious that the resident did mention there were several studies noting that putting in automotive repair shops reduce the value of homes. Do we have any evidence of that at the city?
I can't speak to that, no. I don't believe that we do.
Yeah.
No, we have no knowledge of the studies in which she's alerted.
No. I'm curious because we're always looking for additional research around that.
Yeah, I'd be interested if she wanted to provide that. We'll definitely would be interested to read that.
Yeah, I'm curious too. Okay. That was my question. Thank you.
Commissioner Benbrook?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Several questions. We'll start with staff. In regards to the questions being asked, I believe we currently have a car wash next to this facility, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And I believe there's a facility under construction on the other side of this facility, which is a lube shop. Is that correct?
It is an oil change facility, yes.
Okay. So one might say that this is a perfect fit between those two, since we've already started kind of putting car maintenance facilities there. It seems like there's also a storage unit facility between the proposed project and the neighborhood. Is that correct?
That's correct. There's a self-storage facility to the south of the project and the Raintree.
Okay. Do we know the approximate distance from this proposal to the nearest resident of
Yes.
Raintree?
We have 212.5 feet to the nearest residentially zoned district, and is approximately 370 feet to the nearest dwelling unit.
Okay.
To add a little bit more to that, to specifically your question of Raintree resident, it's about 1,300 feet to Raintree to the south and 2,300 feet to the west.
Raintree.
Okay. I think the rest of my questions do not directly relate to the questions being asked, so I'll reserve them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If no one else has any, if you want to go ahead and continue your questions, and we'll just move down the line.
I may have missed, what's the time frame of the proposed SUP? Because it's my understanding if we grant this, there's going to be an SUP attached to it. Are we going to get a separate presentation on the SUP?
Yes, you will.
Okay, I'll reserve that question then. rest be for the client, so probably, and I'm sorry, I didn't write down your name. Ownership representative, probably not the engineer. Billy, thank you. Two questions to start off with. What is your business practice when it comes to vehicles being worked on that aren't completed at the end of the day? Do you store them outside?
So we have 10 bays, so generally speaking, we don't have overnight parking. When we do, it's usually only when someone has issue with picking up this drop-off overnight, or customer couldn't pick it up within business hours, but we utilize the 10 bays that we have in the building to safely store the vehicles.
Okay, so your storage, if needed, overnight would be indoors?
That's correct.
Okay. Second question, your used oil tanks, where are they stored, indoors or outdoors?
Indoors.
Okay. And how often would you have pickups on that?
So the recycling, sometimes it's based on the frequency of, I mean, that varies from location to location, but as needed, we have a recycling company that comes and picks it up.
Okay. What size tanks do you typically, 500 gallon? Or do you
We
do
got
smaller
several, I think
individual?
it was several 50 gallon, I think, each.
Okay, several
We've got
50.
several, yes.
Okay. You're utilizing lifts, I'm assuming. Practices for your employees, do you work with the doors open or the doors shut?
So to my understanding, this location, the doors have to be down while when we're repairing the vehicles. So at this location, the doors will be down.
Okay. Pulling up the site plan, I don't know if we can. Can we get the site plan? Or the elevations? Actually, can you pull up the colored elevations you had? Those were really nice. There you go. Which side of the building faces the main drive going into Raintree? At the bottom left there?
Our architect might be better suited here.
Okay.
Jeff Likes 11119 East State Street, Eagle, Idaho 83616. To answer your question, that presentation.
Okay, you might have to reduce that down.
Real quick. Sure. Thank you. So looking here on the LP1 sheet, north being up on this on the page there, and we'll flip you back here a couple pages. So this is, the car wash sits here in the upper right-hand corner. So northwest is the car wash. So the entrance faces the car wash.
Okay, so
That makes,
according to what you're showing me here, the image in the bottom left would face the main drive going into the Raintree neighborhood?
yes. Yeah, coming in from the south.
Okay. And you're proposing all basically maintenance-free materials, brick, stone. I saw a 30-year asphalt shingle roof. I've seen a couple different images of the doors. I'm assuming those are glass?
Correct.
Overhead doors?
Correct.
Okay. Is there going to be anything that requires paint for maintenance? Are you going to like wrap the soffits in vinyl clad aluminum in a soffit panel, or is it going to be wood and you're going to need to paint them and maintain it every so often?
So the soffit's the only thing that needs to be maintained. The rest of it's, like you said, it's metal, or sorry, it's brick, stone veneer. So the only thing that needs to be updated would be the soffit, the fascia board there.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you. Thank you both. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Did you have anything, Mr. Jasinski? Okay. Commissioner Frazier?
Mr. Green, I think it is. Can you clarify, you mentioned the office hours or the business hour, operation hours, for the first 90 days, you will be operating on a Saturday?
That is
And then
correct.
after that, it is Monday through?
I'm sorry, yes, Monday through Friday,
Okay.
7 a.m. through 6 p.m.
Okay. And would the Saturday be 7 to 6 as well, or half a day?
It'll probably be more modified,
Okay.
probably half a day. But
Thank
again,
you.
yeah.
You're welcome. Either one of you have anything you'd like to ask? Okay. Commissioner Trafton?
Yeah, so I had a couple questions. Isn't there I was trying to find the elevation change from the way the building sits towards Lakewood. I'm sorry, Raintree. I have Lakewood from Raintree Drive. So, do you guys know what the elevation change is from the site plan down to the street? I mean, I believe, isn't there?
Yeah, so when you say, is it Raintree Plaza or Raintree
Raintree
Drive?
Sorry, not Raintree Plaza.
Raintree Drive, the north,
The entrance that the neighbors go by.
the main entrance
to
they
get
drive
into,
down.
yeah.
So,
Are you speaking of topography?
yeah, they're.
Yeah, elevation change from the site level to the street.
The lower left here.
You guys have that? Less than 5 feet? Okay, yeah, I didn't know. I thought it was bigger than that. Okay. And then I was 6.5 feet.
Can you come to the microphone so we can get it on record? You're on TV.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you,
Sorry.
sir. There
It's
you
6.5 feet. Sorry about that. I was thinking for some reason I was thinking like the buildings. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah.
No, the
It's
site.
6.5
So,
feet from
you
top
know,
from one end
They're
to the
going to
other.
have to pass
Yeah,
by
6.5
this
feet.
facility if it's built. 6 feet is the elevation change, and then what's the landscaping plan on that side of the site? I just saw a couple trees in the corner, I think. Just from what I'm looking at, if you're using brick and
There we go.
stone on the outside of the exterior, that's pretty nice finish. I'm curious about, there's several trees there. Do you have
That's
any?
correct. We have some trees up here, and then some trees back up here, right here.
Yeah, and I'm mostly concerned about Raintree Drive, that, I guess it would be called the northeast side of.
On
the
this
building.
side?
Yeah, that side.
Yep.
So that there's no like burns or anything like that, or you're
We
building
didn't
that
feel,
up?
we didn't feel it's necessary. It's not like 6.5 feet drop. It's soft.
Right.
It's not that drastic.
So you're putting, it looks like a bunch of shrubs and trees around the parking lot. You're putting, is that a sidewalk that's gonna go through there?
It is. That's correct.
So there's a sidewalk with street trees. Have you considered any other kind of like barrier stop for visual image when you're driving past that area?
We have.
Like evergreen trees?
We have not. No, we have not. We just followed whatever the code requirements were.
Right. Yeah, we're in the process of reviewing those. Huh?
Yeah, we followed with the code, what the code was.
Evergreen trees. Would you guys be willing to put some evergreen trees there? Property
If the
facing
code,
that street?
if the code requires it, I
The
would.
code doesn't require it. That's why it would be something you guys would have to
So to be clear, you're asking for
voluntarily agree to do.
additional or replacement of what you see here?
It could, I don't know what I believe the sidewalk does require street trees, doesn't it?
So street trees are required
Yeah.
based on the linear footage along the frontage there, yes. Sorry, are
Is there
you,
any- I'm just looking for other ways to create a barrier
right,
between the
you're asking
street.
for additional screening to break up
Yeah,
the visual impact
additional
along that
screening.
road?
We can provide additional screening.
what would that look like? Would it be evergreen trees, or would it some different shrubs?
Chair Arth, if it's something that we would maybe take a break and speak with the applicant to determine what they're willing to or what they could provide, as opposed to trying to design it on the dais.
Okay, yeah.
That'd be a good idea.
I can move on. I can move on. I have other questions.
Pardon me. Can I offer one thing too, if you don't mind? Amy Nassif, Interim Director of Development. When the FDP comes in, our UDO does actually require a mix of trees, including a mix of some evergreens in this exact
Great, thank
area.
you.
So I think what you're saying is getting the mix of different tree mix as well, so that you have year-round coverage.
Right.
And if this is approved tonight, you will, surprise, you will actually be required with the final development plan with staff to add a little bit more and have just a different mix there too. So that might answer what you were looking for.
Thank you for that reminder.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it.
Well, and you've experienced our winters, so you understand why we like evergreens around here.
Let me see.
Merry Christmas. Hey, how about it?
That's right.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. I do have a couple other questions. Have you guys done any noise or smell studies for your property, and like how far away, sometimes we have car washes that come in and they do noise studies about how far away, because people are concerned about the noise of car washes. There's one right next door to you if you were to be at this location.
So we've done several noise studies across the country. We haven't done one for this particular location. Just looking at this with the traffic, we've got traffic to the south, traffic to the north, we've got a car wash. The ambient sound, it's probably going to count out anyway. But in places where it's standalone, Christian Brothers usually is about 50 or 59 to 60 decibels, up to about 60 or 60 to 80 feet away. My speaking voice is about 59 decibels.
Okay.
Add in the traffic.
Okay, so you guys have studied it
Yes,
in
we have.
other locations. Thank you.
And again, we're located right beside daycares, and we haven't had any issues, so.
Okay, do you have any, speaking of that, do you have any images of your other locations and operations, and are they, that are similar to this?
Not with us, but, I mean, we got over 300 locations, so I could do a quick Google search.
Yeah, where's the clearest location, or nearest,
The nearest, I
sorry,
think,
not the
is-
clearest, the
feel like
nearest.
it's Independence, Missouri, I believe.
Okay, I guess I could have Googled it, sorry. I just didn't know if you had any on there.
Closest one is 8.1 miles away.
Very good.
We can drive, no?
It's off of US 40
That's
east.
all right. Okay, great, thank you. Those are all my questions, Chair.
Let's go.
Okay, I have a question for the applicant. On the materials and colors that you selected, is that what you normally use for your different locations, or did you do that one specific to this location?
It looks to me like our prototype, so that is what you're going to see probably at 95% of our locations.
Okay, okay. Thank you. I have a question for staff, and this is just, it was something that I think Mr. Green said earlier about the garage doors being required to be down. Is that just because this is the overlay district, or is that a normal standard that we have for, Ian, I guess Ian's answering that.
Yes, so that is a requirement for automotive repair facilities, generally speaking. Any automotive facility within 300 feet of a residential district has to have those garage doors down.
Okay, so it's based upon proximity to residential?
That's correct. And that
Okay.
goes for both minor and major.
Okay, thank you.
Also, I do actually have a screenshot of that other location.
Okay, want to project it? Commissioner Trafton, did you have follow-up on that?
No, thank you, I appreciate that. Uh, 'cause
Commissioner Frazier, do you have a question? Okay.
So, two questions clarifying. So the Christian Brothers Automotive sign, is it illuminated, one, and is it on all four sides?
Or to the applicant for that.
I'm sorry, yes, it is for the applicant. It sounds like this faces, the Christian Brothers faces Raintree.
It normally is. I mean, obviously, so many different.
Illuminated?
Yes.
Okay. All 24 hours, or?
I'm not
Okay.
detailed on that.
Okay. And it's just on the one side?
Yes, normally you have one monument. Wait a minute, are you talking about on the building, or are you talking
The
about?
building, on the
On the building, it is illuminated, yes. And how many sides, it depends on the location.
Okay.
Sometimes we're only able to get it on one side, so.
Thank you.
Okay, unless anyone else has questions, we will close public hearing, and then we can go to comments and/or a motion on this application. So, does anyone want to speak about the application?
Yes, Chair. For one thing, I'd like to say I appreciate the upgrade of materials, giving us some durable materials that look nice, that fit into a residential neighborhood. So I appreciate the design on that. I also can appreciate you keeping the doors down for us. I know that's code and you're required to do it, but I appreciate that. Knowing that it's a fairly decent distance from residential, and knowing that my mother lives probably very, very close to this facility over in Duck Pond, I know that the volumes are going to be kept down. Having worked around automotive, understanding the noises, and understanding the location and the distance and proximity, I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Commissioner Tuzinski?
Perfect. Chairman, yeah, I agree with Commissioner Benbrook, and I do like the upgraded facade. I know this may be your standard facade, but this is the kind of facade that I would like to see in Lee Summit. I mean, we had a big meeting on Tuesday with the council, and we were talking just about what we want to see as the types of facades that come into the city, and this is it. I mean, you kind of see it when, you know it when you see it. And so I think this is going to be a really nice addition to that part of the city, and it's going to be a good service. And also, I agree with the noise. I think the noise within 300 feet to the nearest parcel, the property parcel, plus over 1,400 feet to the other Raintree Lake subdivisions down there, I think the noise is going to be a lot less than what they're anticipating, so I will be supporting.
Commissioner Frazier?
I too can appreciate the updated or the facade. I also appreciate the new or the changes in the landscaping. I think that will be definitely beneficial as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Frazier. Commissioner Trafton?
Yeah, no, I agree with the other commissioners around the improvement of the facade. I mean, that's a big deal. I also appreciate the fact that you're going to improve the work on the landscaping around the facility. It sounds like you would be a good neighbor and so I appreciate those efforts, and thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Trafton. I would say that I'm going to have to echo Commissioner Tuzinski, because it's exactly what we talked about Tuesday. The visual of when we were talking about what we wanted to see in architectural design really is this. It was kind of surprising to see it match so closely. So I'm in support of this application as well. So with that, I'm going to ask for a motion from, forgot who I asked to do it, Commissioner Tuzinski.
Madam Chairperson, I'd like to make a motion here. I move to recommend approval of application number PL 2025-012, preliminary development plan, Christian Brothers Automotive, 110 Southwest Raintree Plaza Drive, Christian Brothers Automotive applicant.
Second.
Can we get a vote, please?
Sherry Frazier.
Yes.
Jake Lovelace.
Yes.
Terry Trafton. Dana Arth.
Yes.
Jessica Greneau.
Yes.
Chip Tuzinski,
Yes.
Randy Benbrook.
Yes.
And with that, the motion has passed.
Oops, sorry, Madam Chairman. I hope our friends from Texas stop by our local barbecue place in Lee Summit over there a little north of us and take out and try some real barbecue. So thank you very much.
All right, so we will go on to our next public hearing. It's application PL 2025-038, preliminary development plan, Valvoline Oil, 610 Northwest Chipman Road, WSO Partners LLC applicant with,
Chair, it's actually item C, application 2025-013.
oh, yeah, okay.
Use permit.
I was just trying to skip over it, I guess. All right.
No, it's fast.
All right, we'll go to application PL 2025-013, special use permit, Christian Brothers Automotive, 110 Southwest Raintree Plaza Drive, Christian Brothers Automotive applicant. Would all of those who plan to speak on behalf of this application please stand up and be sworn in? Thank you. Do we have a presentation from staff?
Okay, so a little more abbreviated this time. Once again, Ian Treffern, planner. I'm presenting application PL 2025-013, a special use permit for the Christian Brothers Automotive business at 110 Southwest Raintree Plaza Drive. The applicant is proposing or requesting a special use permit approval to operate the 10-bay, 5,962 square foot major automotive repair facility. The applicant is requesting a 35-year special use permit approval period. Staff is supportive of a reduced 30-year SUP approval period, which is found amenable to by the applicant. The subject property is zoned CP2 in the M150 overlay with adjacent zoning of CP2 as well. Future land use plan marks this as commercial, which is compatible with the future land use plan. Project information where it meets all standards. Once again, the applicant held a neighborhood meeting February 19th. No members of the public attended. There is one call in opposition to the project for the concerns of property maintenance, et cetera. Staff has not received any written comments in favor or in opposition. So looking at the request for a 35-year approval period, staff reviewed previous new construction major automotive repair facility special use permits without an automotive sales component to best align with this project. Staff found that there are 3 applications in the past 10 years or so, which range between 20 and 30 years. In order to align with the most recent applications, staff is still supportive of that 30-year request, even though it's on the higher end because there is precedent for it. But staff is not necessarily supportive of the 35-year. So with that, staff finds that the application does meet the standards of the Ignite Comprehensive Plan with the condition of approval.
Thank you. I have a question for the applicant on this. Are you okay with the 30-year?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. So do you have any questions, Commissioner Lovelace?
I mean, I'll have questions related to 30 years.
Okay.
So I guess, yeah, a question to staff. It seems like recently we've been in 10 years and we've been in 20 years, but I can't remember the last time we approved a 30-year. So I just wanted a little bit of perspective as far as what we've seen, certainly recently with respect to the duration of this SUP. So I'll start there.
Yeah, so typically new approvals last between 20 and 30 years. The renewals, the subsequent ones, are often 10 years. So like this table kind of shows, the only similar applications that we've had to this one, it's been almost 4 years, the Caliber collision. But typically, yes, they do fall between the 20 and 30-year period. So a lot of the ones that come before you are renewals, or they are for automotive repair with an automotive sale component, which are often granted towards the higher end, the 30-year.
Okay, so then I would have a question for the applicant. Is a 20-year period acceptable from you all?
No, it's not. And that is due to our franchise disclosure agreements. Ours is not even set up for 20 years. It's 30 is actually, and again, keep in mind, we've been around for over 40 years. We've never even closed a single location. So this would actually be the first time we've ever had a use with a time restriction. Never done it across the country. Normally, it
You
follows.
guys don't have any SUPs and?
We have a lot of SUPs and CUPs. They just don't have a time period. It follows, as long as Christian Brothers is operating, it follows.
Okay. Okay, so you're saying you guys would not do this deal if it was a 20-year period with your SUP?
I think that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Tuzinski.
Madam Chairwoman, for staff, the difference of what we're asking here is because the time limit sticks with the piece of ground, not with the business that is going in. That's why, we're saying a 30-year approval period. And if, again, 300 stores, never gone out of business, I would hope you would never have that happen in Lee Summit. But in 7 years, something happened, they pulled out, that building would sit there, that building would still have a special use permit on that piece of property for this function. So someone else could buy it and maybe not run a business as nice as they would run it. Is that true?
I'm going to defer to Shannon for that.
Yes, that is correct.
So maybe in those other states or those other places, it stuck with the business and not necessarily the piece of property. So I just wanted to clarify that for myself. Thank you.
Commissioner Benbrook.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. For staff, real quick, in the beginning, when you talked about the duration of time, you used the term fund amenable, I think.
Oh, did I?
It sounded like you were stating that the 35 years was requested because it's tied to funding. Is that?
Oh, sorry, I was stating that the applicant was amenable to the 30-year recommendation.
Okay,
Yeah, amenable.
Then,
Yeah.
okay. So I guess then for the applicant, the question would be, is your funding tied to the SUP duration?
When I spoke with our chief development officer, the 20-year was problematic also from the way we have our loans, and we've never done 20. And when we looked into this, it's not really just 20 because the 20-year clock actually starts at the day of approval, but we don't even have permits, so it's really less than 20. It could be 18, 18 and a half. That would be a no-go for us.
Thank you. That's the only questions I have. I'll save the rest for comments. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. All right, I guess we will close public hearing and then move on to comments. I have a comment. Ian, I could tell by the look on your face that you were thinking, he thinks I'm smarter than I actually am because I used that big word. I got a kick out of it. All right, Commissioner Benbrook.
Yes, I know one of the reasons why we've been questioning durations of SUPs at these meetings for the last, 4 years that I've been here. And a lot of that is tied because we get burned on the maintenance side. We've got car washes all over town that we've issued SUPs to that look like garbage when you drive by, and that's always been a concern, especially in the last couple of years, and we've been addressing it. And we've been cutting the time back on these. A lot of, in many instances, we've gone 10 and some 20, and 30 seems like a stretch to me. And I know we have a facility close to us that we can look at and kind of see how you've been maintaining the building. But it's not just the maintenance of the building that we have to consider. 30 seems a bit long to me. That's a hard pill for me to swallow. It really is. 20 is a little bit easier, and I know that might be a deal breaker, but it seems to be what I'm sticking to right now, I think. So.
Okay. Drafton.
Yeah, I can understand what we're talking about here, although we have precedent as recent as 4 years ago where we did approve this. we have mechanisms in place within the city to manage properties that go into disrepair and aren't meeting our UDOs. We've been talking about upgrading our standards even, and I think the city is doing a good job of managing that. So, I mean, that's part of what codes, I think, enforcement, is that correct? I think Ms. Nassif has educated me on that in Shannon. So, you know, I can understand, I guess you know, and I know we're not in public hearing anymore, but, you know, I'm curious about, you know, other communities just issuing lifelong, you know, regulations versus we have, which I'm not opposed to our standard of, you know, but it sounds like the city is an approval, is okay with 30, and so they seem to be okay with that as well, even though they want a 35. I can understand why. It's a significant investment. They're actually, you know, willing to upgrade materials they're using for the property as well. So, although I understand the concern, I think we have precedent in the city to stand behind the approval of bringing, you know, this company into the community. Thank you.
Commissioner Lovelace?
So I appreciate the applicants' materials that they're using on this project. I feel better about the longevity of those materials versus some other material types which might need to be more frequently maintained. But that said, I mean, I don't think this would prohibit them from being able to get their funding done on a deal like this. I don't think most lenders, at least not most lenders that I've dealt with locally, would even ask about your SUP on something like this. And so I don't think it would be something that would be a deal breaker from a funding standpoint on something like this. And that's me speculating, right? So that's what comments are for. But to me, I think that we should roll back generally these timeframes and keep them closer to 20 years as a max timeframe, and not because the city can't manage that, but because it's a good opportunity for everybody to be able to take a look at it and say, hey, is this being well maintained, you know, or something in disrepair? And I think as a precedent, like, that's the one that I'm most comfortable with. And then additionally, and kind of to that point, this could change hands. You know, it could be owned by somebody different. I know they've got a great track record of it not being owned by somebody different, but you know, that's transferable is what we just heard, right? And so if that's the case, then we don't always know that it's going to be owned and operated by these guys. And in the event that it is, I'd like to have another, you know, shot at reviewing how they're maintaining it closer to 20 years versus 30. So just my personal position, but those are my thoughts.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
Can I get a clarification from staff?
Sure.
And David, I don't know if this is for you, but this motion that we have in front of us, is this 30-year requests, or do we need to make, as part of our motion, the length of the SUP?
Yeah, so the length of the SUP granted will be in the ordinance. So if you wanted to amend that to a different time frame than the 30 years, you could make a motion on the approval of that 30-year, and then someone can make a motion to amend that time, vote on that motion on the amended time frame, and then you would then take action on the original motion.
Initial motion, as I have in front of me, is for a 30-year.
Correct.
Yep. And just to add to that, to be clear, without any further direction or recommendation from you, the ordinance is drafted to be 30 years. So that's what the council will consider.
Thank you. I think we're ready for a motion.
Madam Chairwoman, I'd like to make a motion. I move to recommend approval of application number PL 2025-013, special use permit, Christian Brothers Automotive, 110 Southwest Raintree Plaza Drive, Christian Brothers Automotive applicant.
I'll second.
We get a roll call vote, please.
Chair, I would like to amend that motion to make it a 20-year SUP instead of a 30-year.
Okay, so we need a second on that one. Okay. A point of order. Well, I wanted to ask a question first. So if we modify that, so how should someone vote if they don't like the 20? Should they vote, they should vote no, obviously, because it.
Right, so what you
Okay.
have now, you have the main motion in front of you, which is to recommend the application as presented, and then the secondary motion to change the time frame. So this vote will be yes or no just on that time frame on that motion. However, that's resolved, then you're back to the main motion with that amendment or not, depending on the result of that vote.
Okay. Commissioner Benbrook, will you state the motion again? And then we'll have somebody second it.
Yes, I'm requesting to amend the SUP duration to 20 years instead of 30.
Okay. Can I get a second?
Second.
Can we get a roll call vote on that, please?
Terry Frazier.
No.
Jake Lovelace.
Yes.
Terry Trafton.
No.
Dana Arth.
No.
Jessica Greneau.
No.
Chip Tuzinski.
No.
Randy Benbrook.
Yes.
Okay, so now we're back to the main motion because that has been denied. Okay.
So we're back to the original motion of
Okay.
approval for a 30-year SUP.
But we've already made the motion, so we need a second on that one. Oh, you did?
You
Okay.
Yeah, there's already on the main motion, you've already had a second,
All
so
right.
now you can either discuss that main motion again or just move on to a vote.
Okay. Do we have any discussion on this one? Okay, I guess we need a roll call vote on this one.
Terry Frazier.
Yes.
Jake Lovelace.
No.
Terry Trafton.
Yes.
Dana Arth.
Yes.
Jessica Greneau.
Yes.
Chip Tuzinski.
Yes.
Randy Benbrook.
No.
All right, the motion has passed. And we will move on. Hold on 1 minute. Does anyone feel like they need a break here? Okay, so we're going to do a 10-minute or 15-minute recess. Unless we
I'm Assistant Chief Jim Eden. And I'm Battalion Chief Ben Hicks. And today we're at Lee Summit Fire Station 3. Fire Station 3 was part of the 2016 no tax increase general obligation bond for public safety initiatives. The station was built and occupied in August of 2020. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we've not been able to give tours or have an actual ribbon cutting. So we want to invite you in today to give you the opportunity to see what goes on within a Lee Summit Fire Department station.
Let's go take a tour. This is our admin side of the facility. We use this side mainly for offices. We have a lot of work during the day, whether it's training or doing reports or just generally taking care of the shift that we need to do. At this particular station, Station 3, we do have an assistant chief that works out of here. That person has their own office where they need to manage what's going on throughout the day with the shift and staffing, and as well as running calls out of here. The captain has their own office as well. What the captain does is at this specific station is in charge of both the fire truck that's here as well as the ambulance. And so with all those personnel responsibilities as well as running calls and reports, that's where they work out of. And generally for the rest of the crew, which is somewhere around 5 to 6 individuals, we have rooms to write reports, and we have additional training rooms and other rooms where people can work. Walking into our living area, I think it's important to recognize that we work 48-hour shifts. So in the evenings, after 5 o'clock, after work is done, we may have the opportunity to catch a game or something else as long as we're not running calls. And this gives us the opportunity to do that. When we go into our kitchen, I think this gives you a great reason to know why we go to the grocery store. When you see fire trucks at the grocery store, what we're doing. Also, for 2 days working for 48 hours, we buy all our meals at the grocery store, and then we come in here and cook, just like you guys do at home. So everybody has their own fridge on each shift, as well as their own pantry, and then we cook those meals here. Going into the sleeping side of things, we've got a couple different things that are significant. We have our own laundry room, which again is important when we're here for 48 hours. The opportunity to wash and clean our clothes and bedding is very important for hygiene. And walking into where our beds are, we keep the kind of sleeping quarters over on one side of the building. It gives us both easy access out to where our fire apparatus are, as well as kind of keeping it a little bit quieter for those people that have been up all night running calls. We have 11 bedrooms here at this station, and the reason we built it with so many bedrooms is we want to give ourselves as a city the opportunity to expand. So if we need to put another apparatus here or numerous other people working at this station, that's already in place as far as infrastructure goes, and we don't need to go back and try to make it bigger or better, and that's really important for us, especially because the old station was so small. Back out on the apparatus floor, we have doors facilitated as many places as possible, so that way when we're sleeping at night and a call comes out, we can make our way out fairly quickly to get out onto the truck if we need to and run a call. On the other side of the station, we kind of have other stuff that we may want to keep separated if we want to. Physical fitness is very important to us as firefighters. So in order to better ourselves and make sure we're as healthy as we can to do this job, we have our own gym facility here that we kind of go throughout the day when we can and get an opportunity to come in and work out. Our goal when we run calls, when we get back to the station after calls, our goal is to get ready to go back as soon as we can to run another call. So we have the opportunity or capability here to fill up our air tanks. You can see firefighters wear the big air tanks on their backs, and they use those in a fire. We can come back and fill those up and make sure that we're ready to go again when we're wanting to go run another call. We have our own workshop here. We work on a lot of our tools and making sure that everything's clean and operational, and this gives us the capability to do that, again, to make sure that we have everything we need and we're as capable as we can be running calls throughout the city. Cancer prevention is very important in the fire service right now. Because of that, we have an extractor machine, and what this does is gives us the capability when we come back from a fire, we can put our bunker gear into this machine and get all that really nasty crud off of our gear. Again, kind of getting back to that cancer prevention mode, allowing us to be as clean as we possibly can for the next call. And finally is our bunker gear room. We each have our own individual locker. This gives us the opportunity to store our gear when we're not here working in between shifts, as well as keep a clean extra set on here in case we do run a fire and we need to clean our current gear. Typically, this is where your day starts off at the fire station. You come in and get your gear and put it on wherever you're working that day, and then you end the same way, bringing your stuff back to your locker to go home after working. This is Med 3. This ambulance just currently moved into the station from Station 7. Station 3, since we've had it built, has turned into one of our busiest stations in the city. Therefore, we wanted to provide the best care in the closest unit as we could. So we moved one of our ambulances up, and this became Med 3 for this particular instance. Out of this station, we also have Pumper 3. And that's a fire apparatus that they utilize to run the calls on this west end of the city. The last vehicle that you see is the chief's vehicle. We have 2 shift chiefs on shift every day, and they split the city. And this chief running out of this station typically covers the west and south area of the city, while our chief at Station 2 covers kind of that northeast section of our city, and they divide it up evenly.
Thank you for going on a tour with us today. If you have any other questions about the Lee Summit Fire Department, please go to our webpage at lsfire.net or follow us on Facebook at Lee Summit Fire Department.
Thanks for joining us on the tour.
Hello and welcome to Meet Me at the Market, your development update on Green Street. Green Street Market is enclosed and exterior work including roofing, glazing, tinting, and brick facade will be added soon. Wooden panels are up where glass doors will be, and workers are constructing utilities inside. When completed, a catering kitchen and concession area will be on the southwest side of the building, and bathrooms will be on both ends. Construction of the outdoor canopy adjacent to Green Street Market is ongoing. The steel beams and crossposts will support a translucent polymer roof covering the Green Street lawn, offering year-round programmed activities, events, and performances. Concrete has been poured in front of City Hall, and pavements, hardscapes, and landscaping will soon begin for Green Street Grove. The Streetscape Pavilion will serve as the gateway to Green Street with an art walk featuring art from acclaimed artists, an immersive kids playground, outdoor seating, and gathering spaces. More public art is coming. 4 local artists have been selected for the City Hall Public Parking Garage, and 3 finalists have been chosen for the digital mural for Green Street Market. Be on the lookout for an announcement very soon. 3rd Street from Douglas to Green intersection is expected to open on January 30th, followed by Green Street to the Johnson Street intersection in March. That's it for this episode of Meet Me at the Market. For more information on the project, visit cityofls.net/Green Street.
This is the best place to work.
I love working here.
I feel very blessed.
I love it here. I look forward to coming to work every day, being a part of this team.
Like a family away from home, where everyone feels like everybody knows their name.
A city that supports you. We see that with our benefits.
A pension, vacation days, job security.
Being able to be heard.
We feel valued. We feel respected.
Lee Summit is a very progressive city.
It's growing, it's thriving.
We have this drive towards not just doing a job, but doing it with a spirit of excellence. I had the opportunity to continue to grow, regardless of 30 plus years doing this kind of work.
It's more than just dollars and cents.
We're here really to give back.
Providing a service to better a community.
To go out and serve people.
To be a part of something bigger than yourself. If I would have known what I know now, years ago, I would have been here much sooner.
Traditionally, we think as police officers, those responding to law enforcement needs within the community. But honestly, we are there to serve our citizens, and our citizens do go into crisis. They do have mental health crises, and we're being called to those scenes on a regular basis. In order to help serve those citizens better, we did initiate the Crisis Intervention Team Program. These are officers that are specially trained to de-escalate crisis situations. Recently, we've brought co-responders onto the scene, licensed qualified mental health professionals housed within our police department, and they respond with those officers directly to those scenes where a crisis is occurring so they can interact with that citizen and get them the help they need right there on that scene.
The co-responders are either a bachelor or master level in a behavioral health related field. They wear plain clothes, they don't carry weapons or anything like that.
I have a police radio that I listen to all day. Listen for, those key words: mental health, behavioral health, crisis.
There's a lot of officers that just call for me. I have my own radio number.
I also have the ability to self-dispatch to them and say 982 is en route.
Officers en route, 914, Armstrong.
So typically I arrive after they've made it safe. I'll make contact and get kind of the rundown, and then I just kind of jump right in.
Like, hey, my name's Allison. I'm a mental health professional. I'm here to help you. I'm not here to take you to jail or arrest you.
Sometimes all a person needs is a voice, someone neutral, someone outside that, can listen. I do a lot of safety planning, including family, their support network, who's close to you. If they're home alone, who can come over and hang out with you today? Can we lock away your sharps? Can we put up your meds? Do you need meds? Can we get you over to the urgent care to get you assessed for your medications? Some of them also are like, oh, I'm so glad you came. This made me feel so much better.
Our main goal as co-responders is to, one, get people connected to the services that they need, and also divert from emergency rooms and jails.
And they almost get a different view of the police responding. That lets me know you care and the officers care.
Please, how can we help you?
My husband has...
In 2020, we had 722 mental health related calls for service. 2022, by that time, 1,479. These mental health related calls for service are increasing. How we're responding to that is increasing the number of crisis intervention team officers we have available, as well as the number of co-responders we have available to respond on these calls.
So what I think is important for the community to know about the co-responder program is that we're here, we exist. All you have to do when you call 911 is ask for us. Say, hey, I want a co-responder to respond to this crisis, and we'll go. I was really struggling about 8 years ago on my personal journey with mental health, and I met some amazing social workers and amazing programs that have helped me get to where I am today. I really couldn't see myself doing anything else. We want to help, and that's what we love to do.
So I had a client, we got a call, she had some suicidal ideations, and she really felt that she had nobody. And and getting to know her story and getting to know who comes around and sees you, well then we found a support person and they responded immediately. And we made a plan. I called back and checked on her in an hour, and then I checked on her in 2 hours. We were able to get her into the additional services to where she talks to someone every week or more. I just took a person that really just thought they had nobody and nobody would show up for them, and show them you do. And you'll be amazed who is in your corner if you just simply say, I need a little help.
right, we will call the meeting back to order. We're going to move on to our next public hearing, and that is application PL 2025-038 Preliminary Development Plan, Valvoline Oil, 610 Northwest Chipman Road, WSO Partners LLC applicant. For all of those who plan to speak on behalf of this application, if you would please stand up and be sworn in at this time. All right, thank you. So we have, Ian is making the presentation on this one too. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. We have is the applicant making a presentation? Okay. If you would please state your name and address for the record.
Yes. Good evening, Commissioners. John Davis, Foresight Real Estate Services. My offices are at 840 West Kansas Avenue in Liberty. Here tonight on behalf of myself and my partners in WSO Partners LLC. We acquired the property that's the subject of this application last July. Just a little bit of history, which you may or may not recall. This property was previously, we're at the northwest corner of Ward and Chipman, about 3 acres. We acquired the property last July and subdivided it into 3 lots where Andy's Frozen Custard just had their soft opening, I think, Tuesday. So very happy to acquire the property. The reason we're here before you this evening is that this is PMIC zoning, but it did not originally contemplate automotive-oriented uses. So staff felt it was only appropriate that we come back through so that this body and the council could weigh in and make sure that they felt that this use was compatible and that the aesthetics of this facility blended in with the surrounding development. So as I mentioned, we came in, we subdivided, we've built some private drives, extended utilities. So what we have here is 3 pad-ready sites. I would like to note that we do not have any firm commitment on Lot 10D yet. That's the north pad. It's our largest and most valuable pad. So for what little this is worth, we're very excited that Valvoline is interested in our property, and we would not cut off our nose to spite our face, so to speak. They're a very compatible use found in many first-class centers, and we're excited that they're interested in locating here with us in Lee Summit. Wanted to go through a few things that will hopefully address a few of the concerns that we also received. We had one couple attend our neighborhood meeting and voice some concerns just really about the use, noise, odor. I think things that are probably, common concerns. Valvoline provided me with a list of things that I think should help alleviate that and hopefully give you comfort that this will be a compatible use in its proximity to the residential neighborhood. So first and foremost, this is Valvoline Instant Oil Change. They are an industry leader established in 1986. They have more than 2,100 locations across the United States and Canada. About 50% of those are corporately owned. This would be a corporate store, at least initially. We're working on a lease structure with them. They have very strong retail sales. As you may know, the oil filters, wipers, things like that. They actually have retail sales that match what would be very common with fast food restaurants, small format retailers. So they are an attribute to the community as far as a sales tax generator and for the CID that's helped fund some of the improvements that were put in place before we acquired our ground. Valvoline prides themselves on being a socially responsible company. They try to be good neighbors to the community. They have trusted quality service. One thing to note is they do maintain very clean properties, professionally maintained landscaping, and very importantly, no outdoor storage, no overnight parking, no drop-offs. So it is a come, wait, stay in your car, leave operation. They have very limited product delivery schedules during business hours only, no tractor trailers, and no old-fashioned oil barrel deliveries or anything like that. Their compressors that they use to run their oil pumps and for tires are in a sound deadened room within the building, so it does provide noise mitigation. It really helps keep they don't run impact wrenches and stuff like a major automotive repair facility. They really are focused on oil, lube, air pressure. They run their typical 18-point safety inspections. They'll check wipers, but they are primarily an oil change facility, and so I don't think they have the impact that might otherwise be associated with an automotive repair facility. Another thing that was mentioned in the neighborhood meeting was a concern of just noise and music and things like that. Corporately, they do not allow music to be played. That is both just from a professional standard and also for safety so that they can have clear verbal communications at all times. As far as odor, all areas of the building have specific and direct exhaust systems that will terminate on the roof. Waste oil is stored in sealed tanks in the basement that are also vented through the roof. And the product is removed by licensed companies via direct connections. So it's direct connections to internal tanks. There's no moving of barrels, nothing like that. So really it's a very as discreet of an operation as it can be in that regard. They're an environmentally responsible company. 100% of the materials generated from their primary services of oil change are recycled. Minimal energy and water usage. The building will comply with all current energy codes. They have no in-ground storage tanks. All tanks are above ground inside the facility, and all wastewater is processed through an oil water separator. And one other thing that is important to note, just from concerns of any environmental hazard or contamination, that their basement is actually fully enclosed in a waterproof membrane. So that is not only to keep water out in their instance, it is very particularly to contain any minor spills that might occur. So it's something that they feel is very important, and really from an environmental liability standpoint, corporately, they're very strict on those guidelines. So again, direct connections for moving oil, no barrels, and different ways to mitigate any opportunities for any sort of spill or environmental issue. I would like to point out that we did speak with the Janelle Group, who's acquired the power center kind of immediately to the east. They were in support of the application. The only question they had was, will there be any impact to the roads? And all of the off-site improvements were actually completed by Townsend Development before we acquired our property. So they had no concerns. We also spoke with North Point, developing the Trilogy Apartments, and they had no concerns with this use. I'd like to point out the elevations here. So this is not their prototypical elevation. Their typical elevation really just has like a brick wainscot, a little more tan and taupe, and we've been working with staff over several weeks, and Valvoline was happy to accommodate some changes to really make this building more consistent with the architecture of the area. So it's a little bit more modern. We see like black anodized garage doors. These are fully glazed, so they would give the appearance very similar to storefronts. I mean, really, I'm sure you've all been in a restaurant or a sports bar where these are very common elements, so it doesn't really give the appearance of garage doors, or at least it minimizes the impact. Masonry materials for the majority of the building with an ephes facade. This is a lap siding material on their towers behind their siding. So really, we think it's a very attractive facility that will fit well with what we have planned for our property. Site planning, staff report was very thorough, but just to quickly highlight, traffic would come in primarily off of Ward Road, come down through an internal drive that we have, and it's just a two-bay stacked facility. Again, we have code-required parking on the property, but the intent here is except for the employees that are working here. These vehicles, you'll stay in your vehicle, your exit, and it's a pretty quick operation. One other thing that I failed to mention, but speaking of their operations, their typical business hours are from 8 to 7 Monday through Friday, 9 to 6 on Saturday, and very limited hours on Sunday. So they're not opened excessively early or excessively late where they might be a disruption to properties that surround. We worked with staff. One concern was just simply making sure that we did our best to mitigate any visual perception of garage doors. So there's enhanced landscaping against Chipman Road. The screen's a little misoriented, but this would be east-west Chipman Road, and you're looking at the south of the property. These are a mixture of evergreen trees, but these are like a vertical arborvitae, so those kind of long cylindrical evergreen trees will provide some year-round cover, and then code-required street trees and landscaping. I did want to point out, just for clarity, that our subject property is here. Automotive-oriented uses are currently in this vicinity of Chipman. You have a Charlie's Car Wash right at 50 Highway, and then a Sunoco gas station just about a half a block east of us, just showing again how that has, I believe, functioned very well. I don't know if the city receives very many complaints, but this is, again, just a half block east under a separate PMIX zoning district. And then just wanted to share a view. This is looking directly to the south of the property. The home that sits here does not face the property, and again, we're enhancing the landscaping on our side of the street just to try to mitigate any visual impacts to surrounding properties. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, or if you'd like to have staff's presentation, I'd be happy to come back up at a later time.
All right, thank you. We will have staff give their presentation, and then we will follow up with questions.
Before I begin, I'd like to enter into the record Exhibit A, list of Exhibits 1 through 13.
Exhibit A, 1 through 13, noted and entered into the record.
Thank you very much. I'll be presenting application PL 2025-038, a preliminary development plan for the Valvoline Oil change facility at 610 Northwest Chipman Road. The applicant is requesting approval of a preliminary development plan on approximately 0.93 acres of land for a 2-bay oil change facility. Subject property is zoned PMIX Planned Mixed Use District. The PMIX zoning district is established to facilitate a mix of land uses with development standards such as setbacks, height requirements, density, and so forth, established by the approved plan that is correlated with that zoning district. Adjacent zoning includes PMIX to the northeast and west, along with R1 single family to the south across Northwest Chipman Road. The subject property obtained its PMIX zoning designation in 1999, and the most recent preliminary development plan that affected the property was in 2022 under the Summit Orchard West, as seen here to the right. The Ignite Future Land Use Plan designates this property as part of the Summit Activity Center Future Land Use designation. The Summit Activity Center is intended for a mix of commercial, industrial, and residential land uses. And the proposed minor automotive repair facility or oil change facility, is included in that list of land use designations that's supported by the Summit Activity Center. So it does meet the Future Land Use Plan. In terms of project information, the applicant is proposing a 1,500 square foot building at approximately 4.6% floor to area ratio. And it meets all development standards and is not requesting any modifications as part of this application. Moving to the elevations, the applicant has worked with staff to find a balance for the elevations that matches the materials of other first-tier developments along Northwest Chipman Road in the immediate vicinity, including a mix of gray brick, fiber cement paneling on the tower, as well as EFIS located further up the building. So this matches other developments such as the Andes Frozen Custard to the west with the brick, and other restaurants to the east with the fiber cement paneling for the tower itself specifically. And all the materials meet the standards of the UDO. With respect to the application itself, a neighborhood information meeting was held on March 19th, 2025. 2 members of the public attended that meeting and expressed opposition to the project. These attendees expressed concerns over the compatibility of the land use, concerns over noise and property value impacts that the business could have, a deviation from that 2022 approved plan for Summit Orchard West, as well as potential difficulties with redeveloping the site in the event that the business were to need to be changed. Staff has received no comments, written or verbally, in support or opposition from the public directly. So once again, kind of touching on the parts of the application where the applicant has worked with staff with the materials for the architectural elevations, but also the enhanced landscaping along the southern property line, specifically centered around the roll-up doors for the facility. The applicant has added additional landscaping with a mix of evergreen and deciduous trees, as well as a slight berm to kind of elevate that landscaping, particularly along that southern property line abutting Chipman Road. So with that, the application with the approval condition listed here does meet the standards of the Ignite Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. It looks like we have one public comment. If there was anyone else that had one, if you want to fill out a card while we're doing the first one, you can do that. We have Mr. Barter. Oh, Baxter, sorry. If you come up to the microphone and state your name and address for the record.
My name's Stephen Baxter. I live at 15315 East 79th Street, Kansas City, Missouri, 64139. I own the property with my wife at 611 Northwest Ward Road in Lee Summit, Missouri, which is right across from Cooper's Hawk. We were the ones that showed up at the meeting and voiced our opposition to this business. When we first bought the property, you know, there was nothing across the street, and we understand development and investment in that property. We just don't think that that particular business actually conforms to the whole development. If you look from where it starts to where it ends, down around Donovan Road, it's all eating establishments. Behind that, you have retail, and you just don't see, even in the developments to the south or to the west, you don't see that kind of business going into those. And I just don't think the oil change business is the proper place to have among all those eating establishments, as well as Cooper's Hawk right next door, which is one of the best restaurants in Lee Summit. We just don't feel like Valvoline Oil change, no matter how fast they are or what kind of, they say won't cause noise, won't cause smell. Well, I've been around a long time, and I know that places that I go to, they do have their doors open regardless of whether there's an ordinance or not. And so there is a noise level that is, affects the residents to the south of that development. And we just don't feel like it's a business that is appropriate for that commercial area.
Thank you, Mr. Baxter. All right, I will open up question time for the Planning Commission. Commissioner Benbrook.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Let's follow up with a couple of the concerns here. So start with staff on this one. So there's a concern for noise due to the proximity of the residential facilities close by. Doors up or down?
Down.
Down, okay.
Yes.
And there was also a concern is for viability in this particular area. Seems like it was stated earlier, we have car washes and gas stations already. Is that correct?
They are located along Northwest Chipman Road at varying distances.
And we also have lots of residential, correct?
On the south side, yes. And, well, with the apartments as well on the north side, yes.
Okay. Can I roll into my regular questions, Chair? Questions. So we have another Valvoline on 291. Has there been any concerns, complaints regarding the way they maintain their facilities or any noise complaints?
I can't speak to that directly.
I know we have residential, I think, almost directly behind it. I'm kind of curious if that's been...
You give me a moment, I'll get an answer for you on that.
Okay. Okay. And then also, follow-up question. Is this facility fund amenable?
Very much so.
Sorry.
I was supposed to do that. I was told to bring that up.
Couldn't help myself, sorry. Guilty pleasure. That's all the questions I have until follow-up. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Benbrook. Commissioner Frazier?
So this is for the applicant. I'm sorry. Operationally, if I understood it correctly, the customers stay in their cars. Is that correct?
That
Or is
is-
there?
I'm sorry, yes, that is correct. So they are required to wait in their car when they pull in. They are required to shut the car off just because of idling fumes within a building. But yeah, there's, it's a stay in your car, pull in, pull out, a pretty quick operation.
Thank you.
All right, I guess we will close public hearing and go into comments or a motion. Okay, Commissioner Trafton?
Thank you, Chair. I do want to commend city staff and the work they've done to upscale this to a higher standard of, I too was concerned about it being across the street from one of my favorite restaurants in Lee Summit. And so I appreciate the fact that they've made some elevation improvements so that it, and landscaping, you're speaking my language, so I appreciate those efforts, and I appreciate the applicant's efforts to work with staff on that. I've been to the Valvoline on 291, familiar with the work. I too had a question about, is this really the right location for an oil change place? But I'm also aware there's lots of apartments over there, and there's lots of residents over there. So, I mean, so it's development, which we knew we were getting there. So, although I guess I should have asked the applicant if they had talked to the Andes franchisee and what their opinion was having an oil change facility next to a,
Would you like me to reopen public hearing?
I don't want
Okay.
you to, but it was a question. I mean, they had an opportunity to comment, and they chose not to. I'm sure they were notified because they're within the range. So,
Commissioner Tuzinski?
Yeah, Madam Chairman, thank you. I'm torn. I really am, because I feel like this corridor, I get it, it's bookmarked by a gas station, it's bookmarked by a car wash. It's also right next to probably one of the nicest restaurants in the city. It's also right next to a place where there's going to be a lot of children and families, nice days that are going to want to go out there and have a ice cream, and there'll be people right next door changing oils. So, but it is development, and from what the city assures us, it fits within the letter of the kind of zoning that we want there. So that has to be taken into consideration. And it is, and I agree, it's a nice looking building. I've frequented a lot of Valvoline's oil change places in my day. And they do good work, they're quick. And everything you said about, turning the car off and all that too. I'm gonna have to think about this one a little bit. Thank you.
So should we take our time and do a lot of comments?
Semi-amenable, yes.
Comments? I guess I'm on the same page with Commissioner Tuzinski. I'm torn too. I do like the building. I like everything about it. I wish it was just a little further to the north, I think, back off of Chipman. I think that's a prime real estate area, very visible, and you do have restaurants. And the car wash, quite frankly, I think that was before my time, but I think that's an odd place for a car wash. but, because it's right there, kind of, it almost looks congested there, but, I have to think about it too, but if there's no more comments, we're not going to have much thinking time. So, but I do want to say to the applicant, I like what you've done with the building. So it's really not about that. I'm just not sure it's the best use of the land. So.
Chair. To
Oh,
make a
Commissioner.
follow-up. Yeah, thank you. If you look at this lot size, there's really not many uses that are going to fit on a lot so small. So I understand why they're looking at a two-bay, oil change facility. If you look how small the Andes facility is, that's about the biggest you're going to get on that lot. So that plays a lot into project selection.
I think that's a good point.
Chair, just a moment to follow up on Commissioner Benbrook's earlier question with regards to property maintenance complaints on the other Valvoline location on 291. We have had some in the past, and those were mostly centered around grass and fence maintenance. To the west there on the western side of that box culvert that's out there behind there. So nothing on the building or the business itself, but just the grass and the mowing and the fence.
And was there any noise complaints?
I have no noise complaint record.
It appears we have no more comments, so I think I'm looking for Commissioner Frazier to give a motion on this.
I recommend approval of application PL 2025-038 Preliminary Development Plan, Valvoline Oil, 610 Northwest Chipman Road, WSO Partners, LLC applicant.
Second.
Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Sherry Frazier,
No.
Jake Lovelace,
Yes.
Terry Trafton,
Yes.
Dana Arth,
No.
Jessica Greneau,
No.
Chip Tuzinski,
Yes.
Randy Benbrook.
Yes.
All right, so we had 4-3, so the motion has passed. So we will move on to our next application. And before we start this application, I just want to make sure that no one else besides who submitted cards wants to speak on this one. And it looks like nobody's running back there, so we will go ahead and have anyone who's planning to speak on behalf of this application stand up and be sworn in at this time. Okay. This application, PL 024-319, Residential Preliminary Development Plan, 150 and Ward Apartments, 3620 Southwest Ward Road, Milhaus Development applicant. And so we have our Ms. Bright here to give the,
Devin Coffey.
oh, I'm sorry, I have it backwards. Okay, yes. Can you state your name and address for the record?
Yes, I am Devin Coffey. I live at 7714 Mohawk Drive in Prairie Village, Kansas.
Thank you.
So, millennials to empty nesters, more and more people are choosing to rent, both for lifestyle reasons and affordability reasons. The recent run-up in prices in the housing market, plus high interest rates, have driven monthly mortgage payments higher than typical rent levels in most cases. So it's more important than ever for cities to offer diverse housing options. And that's why we're here. I'm very excited to be working on my first project in Lee Summit. This is a cool city. A lot of people want to live here. And to be close to sport and entertainment venues with unique shopping and dining, and access to outdoor adventure when you want to go ahead and get lost for a little while. I'd like to thank you for having us here tonight. We appreciate your time. My name is Devin, and I am the Director of Development for Milhaus. I have my team here with me tonight. From Davidson Architecture, I have Tom Metzger. From Kimley Horn, my civil engineering team, Patrick Joyce, Jeff Wilkie, and Logan Green. And our attorney, Kurt Peterson from Polsinelli. Okay, so about Milhaus, my company was founded in Indianapolis in 2010. We came to Kansas City in 2016. We are an award-winning mixed-use development and construction and property management company. We specialize in Class A multifamily buildings. We've built 10 projects in the area. That's about 2,800 units worth about $565 million in total investment. Our properties are spread out in diverse locations, both urban and suburban. You'll find us in all 4 quadrants of the metro. I emphasize that we are a vertically integrated family of companies. We're set up to curate a long-term investment, meaning we develop, we construct, and we stay on board for the long haul to manage the property with our own staff. We pride ourselves in creating living communities that blend with the neighborhood and offer a healthy and sustainable choice in housing. Looking at the master plan overview here, we've been through this presentation a few times. We've had 3 neighborhood meetings, and so far, I don't think any of you all were in attendance, so I want to give you kind of a quick overview of our presentation, because we're kind of recycling our presentation here. So I'm going to go through on a high-level review of the project and talk briefly about zoning and parking. Then I'm going to hand it off to my colleague Patrick, who's going to talk about civil matters related to stormwater and traffic. And then Thomas will bring us home with the fun stuff, the design and architecture. If it seems like I'm going a little fast, it's because we were asked to try to keep this to 20 minutes. So we've got a lot of stuff, important stuff to cover. So just wanted to say here, we're looking at this site, which is the northern piece here of what you see depicted in the southeast corner of the Arbor Walk East mixed-use development. We are on 11.46 acres. We sit just above this future planned retail along 150 highway there. So what we provide is a nice transition from the mix of uses in this PMIC zoned area. We're a nice transition from this commercial use here into a residential use and then into the single-family housing and townhomes that are right there. Moving on to our site plan. The project is a 272-unit community. It spans across 7 buildings of 3-story garden-style product. And then we do have 1 4-story elevator building, which you'll see is along the south edge here. That building was moved from further up in the project to kind of keep it away from the single-family housing and to help, again, create that buffer from the commercial retail here along 150. And we have the smaller, shorter buildings towards the front of the site with a clubhouse at the main entry here, which is just a single-story clubhouse. Behind the clubhouse, you see that we have our outdoor amenities. That includes pool, fire pits, grill stations. We also have an enclosed dog run kind of up here on the corner. The in-house or the indoor clubhouse amenities, they feature like a large party room, kind of a typical club room for hanging out, and then a smaller lounge for a more intimate space. We also have some quiet work-from-home spaces, and then also in the clubhouse is a gym with a separate room for small group fitness and yoga classes. On site, we also offer bike storage and bike repair, as well as a pet spa. The units themselves will feature stainless steel appliances, decorative tile backsplash, walk-in closets, and washer and dryers. And I'd also like to notice that we have quite a bit of green space here on the property. The building coverage is only 20%, which leaves nearly 4 acres of green space on the site out of the 11.4. For our unit mix, just to real quickly touch on that, we're going to offer studios, 1s, 2s, and 3 bedrooms. The average unit size is 950 square feet. About 55% of the units are singles, meaning studios are 1s, and 40% are 2 bedrooms, and 5% are 3 bedrooms. This product mix, as I mentioned, we've had 10 projects done here in Kansas City. This is a proven product mix that we have a lot of experience with. We have current operating examples of this type of mix of buildings in North Kansas City as well as out at the Legends. It is a mixed product type that offers people options to live in either the more formal building, the 4-story building, which has like program service environment, such as like concierge, the elevators, you're close to the main amenities, or the option to live in a building that's more like self-service for people that would prefer to walk straight from their car to their door, front door, and not have to enter into a building, take an elevator, go up, walk a distance to get to your unit. So again, it's just kind of giving people options to choose their own living environment. Taking a look at the master plan here, one of the takeaways from our 3 neighborhood meetings, along with the topic of the green space, we were also asked to reduce the height and the density of the project. So I just wanted to point out again that these perimeter buildings were originally like 4-story buildings, what you call a 3-4 split. So, and we dropped those down to just flat 3-story buildings as a result of the feedback that we received. We also reduced the quantity of residential buildings. We dropped it down from 8 to 7, creating a little bit more green space. And we also then reduced the density. We initially proposed 314 units on this project, and we're now down to 272. So, and as I mentioned before, we pushed that 4-story building to the back of the site too, or kind of to the south end, away from the main entry as a result of comments we received. Again, just kind of want to touch on the mix of uses as well and how this residential use is a nice barrier between the estimated 83,000 square feet of current and future retail along 150 Highway. So just wanted to look at this real quickly. This is the original zoning from the plan that was, I think, from 2003. You can see it's super dense. This is the 11.5 acre site right down here that we're looking at. Again, you know, we've talked about PMIX all night tonight. As you well know, it's a mix of uses: office, commercial, residential, and even industrial qualifies. In this original zoning phase map from the early 2000s, you can see how dense a plan it is in the lower phases, especially down here. With tons of parking lots, generating stormwater runoff, and barely any green space, which is concerns that have been voiced by the neighbors that we've received feedback from. We feel like our plan is a much better option for blending into the neighborhood versus an alternative use such as 100% retail on this strip down here. This is kind of what it looks like today. The most recent aerial I could find, again, showing, you know, they've got planned retail here of about 40,000 square feet, and then some existing retail, a future office potentially planned here. The assisted living center provides for quite a bit more green space than what was planned in 2003 on the earlier plan. So I think we're seeing some transition from what was prescribed in 2003 to what we want to see here today. I think we offer a nice balance with what is going on here currently. So the project, you know, we feel like is an excellent use from the potential PMIX options of uses. It conforms to the vibe of the existing neighborhood, providing transition from the commercial along 150. And as a use, multifamily residential in this particular location, nestled between the retail and the single family, works well, and it also generates 3 to 4 times less traffic than office and commercial projects would generate. So moving in real quickly to parking, and then I'm going to wrap up. I just wanted to address this because we requested a parking deviation. As the city's code is an unusually high ratio of 1.99 spaces per unit for this project, we are proposing 1.74. This is a proven ratio that my company and I have tested here in Kansas City across all our markets in the Midwest. Again, we are long-term holders. We have a solid factual experience with 10 projects in Kansas City, and we find this to be the appropriate amount of parking. In addition, this is well above the average ratio of the comparative metros, which is 1.52 if you average out Blue Springs, Independence, Raymore, Olathe, Lenexa, and Overland Park. Again, I just want to emphasize that because we own our projects for the long haul, we wouldn't build something that didn't have adequate parking and inherently create a problem for ourselves as long-term managers. So I just wanted to emphasize that that is based off experience. It's not an opinion. I thank you, and thank you to the staff for their help so far, and I'm going to turn it over to Patrick.
Thank you, Devin. Patrick Joyce, 436 Northeast Brockton Drive in Lee Summit, Missouri. I'm a civil engineer on the project. I work for Kimley Horn. I'm going to figure out how to use this thing first. Yeah. I've got a few extra slides in here maybe that I can hopefully answer some questions with later, so I won't dwell on ones that I'm not going to talk about. But I'll start off with this slide here, kind of showing the general layout of the site. Devin did a great job showing where the buildings were. I kind of want to go over where the access points are and use this slide to discuss a little bit of traffic. This site is accessed by, is proposed to be accessed by 2 points. Off of the roundabout here, off of Arbor Walk Boulevard, and over here for a full access off of Southwest Arbor Walk Boulevard over on the west side. You'll see a little access point coming off of Southwest Ward here. That is not a proposed access for this site. There's a big grade difference right there, so that is a future access for the retail component, which ultimately can make a connection over to here. So part of our traffic study, I'll get into that and again use this slide. We were requested to analyze 5 different intersections. We analyzed the intersection right down here at 150 and Ward. We analyzed the intersection here at Arbor Walk and Ward. We also analyzed the roundabout here. And there's also another road that comes in here. It's Arbor Walk Boulevard and Arbor Way, and then also way over here, by the gas station, there's another intersection there at Arbor Lake or Arbor Park Drive. Sorry. So what we did there was we applied our development generated traffic to each one of those intersections. We analyzed the AM and the PM and the PM peak hour, and what we found was that each one of those intersections operated with a acceptable level of service. That includes a traffic warrant analysis that was done for the stop condition that is at Ward Road and Arbor Walk. So moving on to other slides, I've got some information on here on utilities, should that come up, as well as grading. But in general, the site is high at Arbor Walk Boulevard, slopes down as you get down towards 150 Highway. That's the low part of the site. Landscape plan, if questions come up with that. Again, just to reiterate, with this slide, you can see how much green space there really is on this site. Lighting plan, we'll skip that. So I'll use this slide here to talk about drainage, another major component of this development. So the basic drainage pattern that we have out here on the site is we have about 600, a little under 600 acres coming to this little pond right here, and then which spills into Raintree Lake. We analyzed this whole path through here, and I'll get into that in a moment. But the existing master plan back in the early 2000s analyzed this with a shopping center here. It provided a wet detention and a dry detention basin upstream of our site to hold back stormwater to allow for development down here. So when we run the analysis, we found that detention wasn't required. We also went back and did a larger analysis when we look at this entire 600 acres with just our 12 acres analyzed, and we found that, of course, this water gets out quicker, and we actually end up with a lower peak by not having detention when we get it through the system. So in addition to that analysis, we also looked at the physical infrastructure. If we did develop this in large 100-year events, this culvert down here is actually it's actually 3 culverts. We have one that captures this area, which is smaller, and then we have a dual larger culvert that captures the bigger. Then we have another large dual culvert that goes under Southwest Ward. We analyzed each one of these culverts and found each one of them functioned hydraulically adequate with the development as we proposed. Also, one additional thing that we were asked to analyze this small drainage dam, if you will. It's more, it functions more of a spillway in between this small lake and Raintree Lake. I got actually some pictures over here that maybe you can see. This is kind of a picture looking back into this lake from there. Small concrete spillway with a little low spot for low flows, and then some piping. We analyzed that again with the major storm event that the 100-year that we ran through there. We did find that functioned adequately hydraulically, where we weren't spilling over into adjacent properties or anything like that with our water level. This picture here was just one that I took last week. We had a 1-inch rainfall event that happened on Sunday, right about 4 o'clock. So I went down there about an hour or so after, just to kind of look and see how it was looking, just to kind of gauge, since I studied it. Again, it kind of does exactly what we thought, just flowing through that and through that low flow area and spills into Raintree. So with that, that's kind of our drainage analysis. We've looked at the system. It looked like it functioned adequately all the way down there to Raintree, and so I'll turn it over to Thomas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Metzger. I reside at 24902 West 76th Street in Shawnee, Kansas. Let me get how are we doing this thing? There we go. Okay, just quickly to go over the project again, as Devin already discussed, there are 7 buildings. It's a mixture of 3-story and 4-story. There's one building that's 4-story. Part of the reasoning behind the 4-story building is part of your requirements is to have a certain amount of units accessible by elevator to serve a broader range of ages and abilities on the property. So that building was created to take care of that need, and the 4-story building, which you saw is located on the back of the lot, is also actually downhill from everything. So it's actually on one of the lower parts of the lot, so it does bring its height down in comparison to where the other buildings sit. So our typical garden apartment looks like this one. We have a mixture of brick and cement fiber siding and panels. Like you'll see down here, we got a red brick and a brick wainscot that goes around most of the building. That's good for the base of the building is what usually takes the most abuse from people working around it, et cetera, rain splashing, et cetera. So that's the most durable material is just brick. The rest of it, like up here, will be a mixture of cement fiber panels, which will have a reveal trim in between them. And then above it is lap siding in different colors. The siding we're using it's not a wood siding, it's what is used on, I've used this on projects for the last 30 years. It is called a cement fiber siding or fiber cement siding. It's a cement product. It's the specific company, one of the companies they use, they specifically have a 50-year warranty on it. The product doesn't rot, it doesn't burn. It literally is a cement panel, but it goes up similar to any other siding you would put up. Gets caulked and painted. It does hold paint better and longer than wood siding, so the building doesn't need maintenance as often. And that type of product will be used for the siding, the soffits, the fascias, so all of it has a durability to it. Shingle-wise, we'll use an architectural shingle on the roof, so they'll have dimension to them. They're not just going to be a flat 3-tab. Those will, depending on the product, usually at least a 30-year warranty on those. The brick, of course, we all know brick, doesn't give us problems for a long, long time. And then we'll have metal handrails, vinyl windows. Everything will be done to meet the energy codes that apply. And these buildings, the garden buildings are centered around a center stair, or a stair on each pod, and the stair goes to like 4 units per floor. But the units are centered around it. We do have a second building that's 3-story. That is it's a little longer building. It's actually 3 pods long. There's an entrance here, an entrance there, and an entrance over here. And then this is the 4-story building. It is on the far end of the site. It has 2 entrances, one here and one over here. It does have elevator service. It's all similar materials. This does have a flat roof, and all the mechanical units and stuff will be on the roof, not on the ground. You just can't do it on this type of building. The roof will be a single-ply membrane, and they have a good, we'll be using the right ones that'll give you a long warranty on that as well. So then we do have, that's for discussion later if we need to. This is a rendering of the clubhouse. I don't know if we have the elevation in here, the clubhouse, but that's, I didn't see the elevation sheets. They may be in the other presentation. But the clubhouse is single story. As she said, it'll house the leasing office. It does have fitness, dog wash, other amenities that everybody likes, and it'll be the gateway for everybody to get into the project. It's what you first see when you first come in. You can kind of see in the background in the rendering, that is the 4-story building sitting well beyond the clubhouse. This is the back side of the clubhouse, and you can also see a 3-dimensional view of the other building types. That's all we got there. And then we do have some garage buildings that are out in the middle of the parking. You might have saw them. So residents can rent a garage if they want.
Okay, thank you. So now I guess we're ready for Ms. Adair's presentation. I mean, Miss, just forget it. Yes, Ms. Brights, or Adair.
Whatever works. Okay, good evening. Adair Bright, Senior Planner. I'd like to enter into the record Exhibit A, list of exhibits 1 through 20.
Exhibit A, 1 through 20 noted and entered into the record.
The applicant is requesting approval of a preliminary development plan on 11.46 acres located at 3620 Southwest Ward Road for development of a 272-unit apartment complex. The property is at the southwest corner of Southwest Ward Road and Southwest Arbor Walk Boulevard. The subject site, shown in blue hatching, is part of a larger 18.46 acre parcel shown with the purple outline. And the applicant is requesting 5 modifications, and staff analysis will be provided later in the presentation. The subject property is zoned P mix, which means the allowed land use is dependent upon the proposed plan along with other site standards such as setbacks, density, height, etc. This is located within the Arbor Walk Master Development Area and includes a mix of uses such as attached and detached single-family dwellings, multifamily apartments, and commercial. Outside of the Arbor Walk development, much of the surrounding area contains detached single-family dwellings or is undeveloped. As mentioned, the subject property is within the Arbor Walk Master Development Plan, which was approved in 2003 and set that P mix zoning. At that time, the site was shown as commercial. The property is also within the M150 Corridor Development Overlay. The CDO identifies the intersection of Southwest Ward Road and M150 Highway as an activity center. Activity centers are situated at primary intersections and are intended to include concentrated mixed-use developments. The proposed development supports the CDO by contributing to an existing mixed-use development in this location. The Ignite Future Land Use Map identifies the subject property as commercial. Staff is supportive of a comprehensive plan amendment to the future land use map because the proposed use would help serve as a buffer between anticipated commercial to the south and lower intensity residential to the northwest. The proposal includes 7 multifamily apartment buildings, 2 garages, and 1 clubhouse with amenities. The buildings range from 3 to 4 stories in height, with the only 4-story building proposed on the southern side of the site. The applicant is proposing 33% open space, and amenities include a dog park, pool, grilling station, and fire pits. The plan proposes an alternate parking plan, which is one of the 2 options in the UDO to calculate parking requirements. A parking determination memo was provided and cited the Urban Land Institute along with research about parking requirements for other cities within the metro. Staff compared the provided memo with the ITE parking generation manual and is supportive of the proposed parking count of 1.74 parking stalls per unit for a total of 474 stalls. A traffic impact study was submitted and reviewed by staff, and no improvements are warranted at this time. All streets are built to city standard, and since multifamily generates less trips than the previously approved commercial, a traffic light at Southwest Ward and Southwest Arbor Walk Boulevard is not warranted at this time. A storm drainage study was submitted and reviewed by staff as well. All stormwater requirements are being met with the previously approved and constructed regional detention from the Arbor Walk Master Development. Proposed buildings include four-sided architecture with a mix of materials, including brick, fiber cement siding, and lap siding. The elevations meet the M150 CDO by providing balconies, covered entries, variations in the roof plane, and accent materials. Neighborhood meetings were held on January 29th and February 26th. Questions and topics of concern included traffic, stormwater runoff, compatibility, and construction debris. Staff has received 19 comments or phone calls expressing concern and/or opposition to the project. The first modification being sought this evening is for a request to waive the rooftop screening. Staff is not supportive of this request since the intent of the code is to enhance the appearance of buildings by screening the equipment. Staff recommends that the height of the parapet wall be fully increased to meet the code, or that a modification be granted to allow for a bolt-on inset screening to meet the intent of the code. The M150 CDO requires that multifamily buildings 3 stories and above shall equip 1 out of every 3 buildings with an elevator. The applicant is proposing to provide elevators in 1 building, which will serve 1/3 of the total units. Staff is supportive of the request since the intent of the code is to provide 1/3 of the units with an elevator, which would be proposed in Building C and would serve 92 units. The M150 CDO also states that primary entrances and facades shall not be oriented towards parking lots, garages, or carports. The applicant is proposing all primary entrances be oriented towards the parking lots and garages. Staff is supportive of the modification because the intent of the code is met since the elevations have been designed, so there is not a clear differentiation between a rear and a front, so all sides will appear as a primary facade. Also, by locating the parking interior to the site, the buildings help to screen the parking from adjacent roadways. The M150 corridor development overlay requires at least 20% of all walls facing a public street contain windows or doorways. The plan proposes reducing the requirement for the windows or doorways on street-facing facades to 17% for building types A and B and 11% for building type C. Staff supports the modification since the intent is to ensure street-facing facades include a mix of materials and variation, which is still being achieved. The UDO also requires all parking lots shall be set back a minimum of 20 feet from any public right-of-way or private street edge pavement. The applicant proposes reducing the setback to 0 feet adjacent to the Southwest Arbor Walk Boulevard roundabout. Staff supports the request due to the amount of right-of-way in the area, as the right-of-way currently extends about 60 feet into the site from the existing edge of pavement. With the conditions of approval outlined here, including the condition that rooftop equipment be screened, and in the staff letter, the application meets the goals of the Ignite Comprehensive Plan and the requirements of the UDO, and I am here for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Okay, we have Kelly Bride wishing to make a public comment. If you would come up to the microphone and state your name and address for the record, please.
I'm Kelly Bride, and I live at 3923 Southwest Ward Road. And so what you've heard here is drainage, traffic, height, parking, stormwater, density, multiple modification requests and setbacks. And the Christian Brothers previously talked about looks nicer than what these apartments look. I believe there's $350,000 in the Raintree CID for stormwater management, which is not very much money. And I'm wondering how that will be used. In general, I think it doesn't fit the neighborhood character. They say garden apartments, but 4-story is not garden. The apartments that are there are 2-story, and they're nice. The Raintree Village Senior Living turned out to be very nice because they dug into that hill and basically made it look like it's a single story. I do think they need a detention pond before it gets to Raintree Lakeside because that basin is full and overflowing. And so I'd like to see more work done on that. I just think it has to go back to the drawing board and keep working on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Joshua Cresswell.
Have somebody from staff help me out with the computer real quick to get a PowerPoint presentation out.
Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
So my name is Joshua Cresswell. I'm here to represent Raintree Lake Property Owners Association, address 825 Southwest Raintree Drive, Lee Summit, Missouri 64082. I'd like to start this off with a little PowerPoint presentation. Raintree has done its own stormwater study on this area as well previously. It was finalized in July 19th of 2023. And we've been to 2 of the development meetings, the neighborhood meetings with the developer, over at Arbor Walk. And we have a couple of issues with the data that's been presented. The watershed for the Raintree Lake looks at about 655 acres of watershed that feed into Point C on the stormwater study. This is a hidden cove sediment study that Raintree has paid for. This shows the thickness of silt that gets deposited after developments in our northern part of our watershed. We are currently under the doing construction on this area right now, where we are removing 25,000 cubic yards of material that's left over from previous developments. Massive project. It's going to be well over $500,000 in order to move all this material that has been deposited upon us. We've also done a study on Sunset Cove. Up at the very top of the map over here, you can see where the water is going to enter through the sediment pond that is owned by the commercial developer up there. This is already pretty full of silt. So right now we have 93,000 cubic yards of silt that's already in this body of water with more development upstream coming at us. At the meeting, we had a couple of questions that we wrote up from an association. I have about 2,100 single-family homes, about 10,000 residents of Lee Summit that I represent from Raintree Lake. I asked multiple questions of the developer. We didn't get a lot of answers out of them. I handed off the questions to the developer expecting an email response. I did not receive those answers back as of yet, so we felt obliged to come here tonight and make sure that everyone heard our concerns in a hearing. I'll go over a couple of the big ones, to tell you the truth. Let's see, number 7 took me by surprise. I asked during the traffic study, during the time frame, was Ward Road or 58 either closed or under construction? And it seems to me that during the time frame in which they did the traffic study, there were impacts based upon Cass County infrastructure and the roads being closed on Ward Road for the widening of Ward Road. Question number 5. How do upstream basins allow for downstream impervious services? In the 2003 master plan, it states that there's enough retention upstream from this development to absorb the downstream effects of this development. Find it very hard to believe that in the stormwater study. Question number 4, why are there RCB pipes for Lot B that are not being constructed at the same time to connect the separators to an enclosed system? It sounds like they're going through the different phases of the development and working their way with stormwater as they develop it. They don't have the end goal in sight when they're doing this construction. It seems to me that they're working their way through drainage areas moving south with nothing protecting Raintree. I took my own minutes for the meeting as well, and there's discrepancies between our minutes that we wrote from that neighborhood meeting and what the developer wrote for their minutes for the meeting as well. That's all I have to present. You guys have any questions?
Thank you. We will be deferring we'll be asking questions of the city.
Thank you.
Do we have a copy of Mr. Cresswell's questions?
I am unaware of a copy.
Okay.
I've written a few of them down.
Okay. Okay.
You were referring to the questions that he said he handed?
Yes. Okay.
Again, unaware of the.
Okay. We've been taking pretty good notes on this probably, so we can hit some of the high points. Okay. I think to start out, I'd like to ask city staff, I think we could start out with maybe the water questions. So if someone wants to come up here and be interrogated.
Sioux Falls Development Engineering Manager. Would you like to know?
I'll start with Commissioner Benbrook.
Excellent. Okay. Well, let's get down to the drainage issue. It seems like the watershed, and I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Josh? Okay. The watershed that Josh brought up seems to be a much greater area of study than possibly the drainage study was. He had some question about silt buildup and also about flow. Can you just kind of walk us through your understanding of that?
The way Arbor Walk was originally developed, it analyzed the entire Arbor Walk area to determine what kind of detention would be required. But because of where they had to place those detention basins, they over-detained north of this area so that this area wouldn't have detention. But overall, what's leaving the site crossing 150 in the pipes meets what that Arbor Walk development design requirement was. In addition to that, we asked the design engineer to study the capacities of the existing pipes and also the quality or the functionality of that dam in that little area above Raintree Lake. We were satisfied that their determinations showed that even though they did not have detention on their site, they were not causing any downstream harm by increasing the peak flow or spreading out onto other properties. So that, they did that. One of the things that was not required back during the Arbor Walk time was water quality features. We have required that of this development, and they are installing some water quality features within their site. That's a requirement. So they've added those. And
Can you expand on that just a little bit, water quality?
Yeah, water quality features are designed to take that first flush of rain and cleans the stuff off the parking lot. So this development preliminarily anyway, has showed what they call hydrodynamic separators. Basically, all that stuff runs down into it, and it's kind of a cyclone, and it separates out the detriment, or the bad stuff, the pieces of things, and lets just the water flow out. They do need to be maintained, and this is a site that has maintenance, so we're comfortable with that. And they've got 2 units shown, and they are sized for the size of development. So they've done that correctly.
Does that include the silt? I know you said it removes the particulates that's washed off the road, but would that also include silt?
It probably will do a little bit. We don't really have anything that specifically takes out silt. Basically, it's runoff from all streets, has some in it just inherently. What a lot of times happens is during construction, they see that, but we have pretty strict erosion control requirements that we'll stay on top of to try to make sure that silt does not leave that property. One of the other things that he mentioned was that the pipe was not going to be constructed between the apartments and the 150. That pipe is going to be installed. We won't let them have any kind of occupancy prior to that pipe being installed. I don't know if it will be installed by them or by the master developer or owner of that area. But that pipe does have to be installed and functioning and accepted by the city prior to them being able to occupy those buildings.
Just for my knowledge, and this goes back, the original Arbor Walk preliminary or final development plan, when was that approved?
2003? Yeah, 2003.
Okay. And then I guess the other major question, unless anybody knows anything or has any other questions regarding drainage. Okay, I'll defer the other one.
Just a quick question for you. Can you explain to us the existing condition that exists there that doesn't need to be improved before it, if I understood correctly?
Yeah, well, it is included in the amount of impervious area that those detention basins are detaining for. So that was added to it. Those detention basins were sized for that much drainage. It's just that.
You're saying when it was initially created, it was sized appropriately to be able to handle what's being added?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
My turn. Okay. I guess my other question would be regarding traffic. Aha. Perfect timing. So one of the concerns brought up was the traffic study and when it was conducted and what impacts road work on Ward Road or 58 might have had on that study. Can you comment on that?
We do have the consultant that performed the traffic impact study here tonight, so I'll ask him if he wants to come up and answer that question.
Good evening, Jeff Wilkie with Kimley Horn, 805 Pennsylvania, Kansas City, Missouri. So we performed the traffic impact study for this project. Going back and looking through press releases that MoDOT put out, that the construction at 58 and Ward Road was complete when we collected our traffic counts. So that roundabout project was done at that point.
And can you expand just a little bit upon what directions of flow, where the major flow is coming from of traffic going to? I know we were told there were 5 intersections that were looked at. Can we just get kind of a little bit more than a high-level analysis of what you found?
Yeah, we had a pretty broad distribution of the traffic. There's a number of different generators and attractions for trips in the area. So we had spread a fair amount of the traffic north on Ward Road. I think we had about 35%, if I remember right, in the study there. We also had traffic distributed fairly evenly east and west on 150 as well. We had about 30% each way to the east and west, figuring there's, 291 to the east will carry a significant volume, and also 150 heading west, towards employment centers will also carry a good amount of volume. And we had a pretty small volume projected to go south, given kind of the rural nature as you travel, and more residential nature as you travel south on Ward Road of the site. So pretty good balance around there is what we found.
So to follow up on that, we have, 272 units, little under 2 cars per unit. Coming out of that facility, how many cars did you project using westbound versus eastbound routes? Was it an even split? Was it 60-40? What was your consideration on that?
So let me get the study out here. So when we ran the numbers, what we do is we look at the ITE trip generation manual to tell us how many trips are going to be generated by the site based on the number of dwelling units. And so that tells us in the peak hour how many trips to expect. Not all traffic is going to be during the peak hours, but that's what we're looking at. So AM peak hour, we projected 108 trips generated by the development, and PM peak hour, 139 trips generated by the development. So then we distribute that traffic based on those distributions that we discussed earlier. So we had, 30% to the west on 150, 35% to the east on 150. So that's what we're looking at there. We routed those through the different access points to the development. We actually had about, just to make sure we had a conservative analysis, we had 70% of the development traffic entering and exiting out the Ward Road and Arbor Walk Drive intersection, and we had 30% exiting out the 150 and Stony Creek section. So
You mentioned 30% and 35% going on 150. Is the other 20, 25, 30%? Is that going down Ward?
we have, we had 35% going north on Ward Road from the development. Mhm.
That did it for me. Thank you.
Welcome.
I got one for you, Jeff.
Sure.
Real quick. Patrick mentioned that this was an acceptable level of service, but didn't mention what that level of service was. So could you explain what the level of service is going to be at the Ward Road intersection, and maybe explain a little bit of what that level of service means?
Yeah, so level of service is taken from the delay numbers that we project. So as part of our capacity analysis, we're looking at the amount of delay that an average driver experiences when they're stopped at the intersection. And the levels of service are rated A through F, and it depends on the amount of delay, as we mentioned. What we have projected is, from the counts, we have the existing levels of service at Ward Road and Arbor Walk Boulevard during the AM and PM peak hours is both level of service C, which is we have 20.5 seconds of delay on average during the PM peak hour, and that would be for the eastbound left turn movement. So that would be stopped at the stop sign there. During the AM, we have 15.9 seconds of delay. You add in development traffic. During the AM peak hour, the delay would still be a level of service C, with just a slight increase in the average delay time. During the PM peak hour, the delay would increase about 5 seconds on average per vehicle. So that would be 25.7 seconds, which is a level of service D. So in general, that's not an uncommon level of service to see along a major arterial street for a stop-controlled side street movement. So.
And for that level of service and the amount of vehicles, obviously a signal is not recommended at all because the proximity to the signal at 150 and Ward, but also because of the levels, because you still have enough gaps to make those left-hand turns out.
Right, since the capacity analysis is showing that you have an acceptable level of service here. And we did look at signal warrants just to see how the volumes compared to signal warrants. And we found that the intersection is not projected to meet signal warrants with the addition of development traffic there. And that's with kind of that conservative look, I would say, of routing 70% of the development traffic through that intersection was still below warrant thresholds.
That's a hefty amount. I mean, that's the majority of those trips, so. And then I guess for Susan, those levels of service meet the city's threshold of what's acceptable for development and impacts and new vehicles?
Yes, the city is comfortable with those level of services.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jeff.
Commissioner Frazier.
While you're up there, may I ask when that traffic study was conducted?
Yeah, so we collected traffic counts originally when the project came about in 2022 to calibrate those to the conditions when the application was first made in 2024. We increased all the traffic volumes at all the study intersections by 2% per year, so to account for 2% background growth in the area.
Okay, where I'm going with this is, was it conducted during the school year, the academic school year?
Yes, it was. It was in November. Mm-hmm.
Madam Chairman, I have some more questions. Not for Jeff, though, so thank you.
Okay.
This question is for the architect, and Amy, if you could help out a little bit too here. So can you bring up your facades? Or this picture is fine up here. Amy, at our meeting on Tuesday, we talked about, having the bottom third, middle third, top third of buildings, and how we are going to be looking, moving forward, of certain class of materials for the bottom third, middle third, top third. Could you tell me, and this is the architect, can you tell me outside of the brick, what is that light beige and dark beige material? And would that material, Amy, meet our standards that we're working on right now?
Right here, you're referring to in here?
On the first, like,
Okay,
if you split that in first floor, second floor, third floor, so thirds.
The red is obviously the brick. This dark beige here, and basically everything else that's not brick is fiber cement panels. Now, it depends on, some of it's lap siding, some of it's panels. The darker beige here is a cement or fiber cement panel, and it's going to have metal reveals that'll, just like you see, they're thin reveals. It looks like a nice square panel. And then above it will be your traditional lap siding look, where it's just, 8-inch lap siding going up the building. And between the windows is a lap siding also. It is just a different color to emphasize that vertical.
Hi.
Just taking a real cursory look, they would meet the top, middle, and bottom articulation requirements in the draft. They would meet, I believe, the four-sided architecture material of the draft. If it comes to classification, and they would also meet, I believe, the entryways. The classification materials might be a little off, but again, that's just draft language, and that hasn't been approved yet. But that would be the only point area.
So I guess what I'm trying to get at is at the city, we're trying to get beyond just minimum. I appreciate that you have brick on portions of it. I would like to see, Randy, help me out if you have any interest in this. I would like to see more bricks on that lower third, just to kind of spice it up a little bit, make it a little bit more durable and nice. Obviously, architecture is in the eye of the beholder. I get that. I'm an engineer, so take that for what you will.
And I would just say something with too much brick when it comes to the residential, it can give it a different look. It can give it an
Institutional.
Thank you.
Okay.
Look sometimes too, but I do understand, appreciate you just the different materials or a hardy material. But yeah, sometimes that can actually then take away from the color.
Okay.
Because they're doing a lot of contrasting with colors too, and with the porches and things as well, that you could lose some of that and then become a little bit more monotone or just like brown.
Right. So we're looking to try to do things a little different. And so if there's things that you can do that could make it a little bit more, I would say.
And honestly, that's actually part of the reason we actually have the smooth reveal panel systems down on the bottom, And to, reiterate, like, as far as durability, the siding is not the siding you see on most people's houses, which is the pressed wood product. These panels are actually fiber cement. It's cement that's got fibers in it and stuff to reinforce it. It has, I got the brochure, 50-year warranty on them right now. They hold paint better than regular siding. You could leave this sit in Raintree Lake for the next 5 years and that panel will not rot. It doesn't rot, and it won't burn either, actually, either.
So my next part of the question that I have is on these sides that we're asking for a change in the percentage of windows. Is there a reason why that we're asking for 11%, not wanting to meet the 20? Or,
It's not that
is it the type of window? Is it because the architecture of the floor plan of the room, they don't work? I mean,
It's the floor plan of the room. I don't have the side elevation here.
Yeah,
But it comes down to, we have increased the windows as much as we can on these side elevations to work with the interior rooms. Otherwise, we're gonna have to stick a window in a closet.
Right, okay.
So we have increased it as much as we can, and we do have to make some allowance to get electrical panels and stuff like that somewhere on the building. So you'll see those on the side here. So we had to leave off those 2 lower windows, but we gotta put this stuff somewhere. But we have increased it this actually has a lot more window than it originally did.
Okay.
So we have definitely increased it as much as we can, and part of what we were thinking too is if you look at our percentages on the fronts, we're actually higher on the front, so it's kind of like, we understand we were low on the sides, but we did increase the fronts to make, that has more, and everything is literally just where it makes sense to have windows. Otherwise, you're just gonna start ruining the interior space because I got nowhere to put my bed.
No, I get that, and that's why I wanted to ask the question, because sometimes when we're asked to make these exceptions and changes with no real explanation given, I kind of want to understand that so I can hopefully make a better decision.
We did try to meet, and if I could have got 20% and had them in logical places that actually worked, I would have done it. It's just, like some of these double windows, you can't get a bed between them if you start putting too many windows in the room, or, like I said, or I got to stick it in a closet, and that's not right.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. That's all I had.
Thank you. Commissioner Frazier?
I've got a couple of other, I think, questions. I believe this is the appropriate venue in which to bring them up. You mentioned that there were two garage buildings? Correct. And are they separate? Are they underground?
No, when I say garages, that's right here and right here. We're not talking precast parking garage with tons of stuff. We're talking what looks like a residential garage. I think, do you have the PDP stuff on here? I think it actually has the garages in it.
So, no carports,
We were like on the
garages,
last end
correct?
of it. Let's see. Is this just the engineering? I don't see.
Locations, how many garages?
There you go, and then we got to talk about the sight lines too. That's there, this is the garage building. So the garage buildings have brick all around the base, and then they have the same siding up top. And, they'll have garage doors, and then we have one that's actually an accessible garage too, because we have to provide, if we provide garages for everybody else, we want to have an accessible garage for somebody who's disabled or has other issues.
Am I counting 10
There is 5 on each side. There's 10 in a building. The building is like,
buildings?
yeah, there's
right?
2 buildings, so we have 20 overall. And actually, I believe we actually only have 19, because there is one building, and I don't think it reflects there. One of the buildings, the one end garage, is actually a bike room. Bicycles can store them. It has just a separate side entrance. There is a maintenance building that was, that's the trash. That's the maintenance building right there. This door actually won't exist. That is, it'll just have the overhead door and this main door. And then that is located, let's see if we got a site plan here. That's the photometric. That is located down here in the very southeast corner. So it's way in the back of the site.
Okay, I've got a few more questions. So elevator service is not in all of the buildings, it's only in one of the 7 buildings?
It's only in this big building in Building 4, correct.
And you
Or
guys
7.
termed that, so that's actually the building that's closest to 150, correct?
Correct.
And you guys have that one as the tallest elevation, so it's actually 4 stories and the rest of them are 3 stories?
The rest
but
of them are
that's
3-story, correct.
the most imposing as far as in proximity to 150?
Yes, it's all the way down on the retail side of things, and it's actually on a lower portion of the site. So this is several feet. I don't know the exact number of feet, but it's at least probably 3 or 4 feet lower than
But it's closest,
buildings
it's the
up here.
closest building to 150 and it's the tallest building?
Correct.
Okay.
Because this is 150.
On the materials that we were talking about, so the decking materials, did I look at that right, that those are just wood materials?
Oh, the decking materials, we'll be using composite lumber for the decks.
But they're just regular lumber, there's no gypcrete or concrete that's being used to,
No, the buildings will be open. It'll be your composite lumber, open deck like normally built. It'll have metal railings.
so treated lumber that's gonna have
Treated-
exposed joists and things like that?
Treated lumber that's exposed. It will be painted like you see the colors. And the posts that we're using are actually, it's a manufactured post, but it's a treated wood, but it's actually like, you could get them in different sizes, but I think we got an 8 or 10-inch one. I can't remember the size.
I think it was
off the top
shown
of
as
my
8 inch, but yeah.
But yeah, so it's a treated manufactured post that's, gives you
Hey,
the,
just to be clear on that, so is it a manufactured post, like a Trex product, or is it a treated?
it's a treated product, but it's
8 by 8.
not just a rough cut, 6 by 6.
It's not rough cedar, but it's a treated, you're saying it's
Treated
treated
wood.
lumber?
Yeah, it's a treated wood post, but they manufacture it into the different sizes that they make.
Sure. Okay, and then, so I saw, you guys had requested a variance, I believe, on basically being able to expose your HVAC units that you had on top of your one larger building?
Yes. Now, we're not
Correct.
saying to expose them, and I
Well,
do,
but not have a parapet there, so.
we do have a parapet.
Well, it
What,
looked like it was very small.
now let me, it's.
Right there,
here.
you were back a
This
couple.
is, oop, how do you zoom with this thing? There we go. What I do. Okay, what this drawing was showing is sight line, because part of the reason for the parapet is, and having the screening is so you cannot see the units. This drawing is taking and showing, how do you move this thing? Yeah. This is taking and showing the sight lines from different parts of the site. And it's showing that with the parapet, with our lowest parapet height, you cannot see it. Not all the parapets are shorter than the units, some of them are taller, but the parapet goes up and down to just not have a flat line. That's kind of stuff we work out with planning and whatnot. They don't want to see just a flat
How
line.
high is the parapet that you guys have in its lowest point?
It's got to be at least 3.5 feet, I think. It's probably around 3 feet.
Okay, we ought to look at that.
But that's the shortest one there is. If I could get this thing to. You can see it here. Like, this is the lowest height right there. That's the next height, and this is the tallest one. You can see the tallest one clearly is above the units. And so the units, when you look at them, if you looked at a flat elevation, the units maybe stick up 4 to 5 inches above the wall if you just flat look straight on at it.
Okay. Yeah,
Can I add a quick question?
absolutely.
And it's regarding the parapets and that. Can you see the top of the equipment from the third floors of the associated buildings that are around it? Because I wouldn't want to see that either if I'm looking out my window and looking at the buildings.
If you were higher up, you may. I don't think I have anything drawing a line from the height of one of our own buildings. I would have, you're closer in, so if you're here, obviously your sight line is definitely obscured. So it might really depend on where you're at on the site, because I took these sight lines from the furthest distance on the property. One of them's actually on the porch of one of the houses next door, and it's all actually accurately drawn to their elevations. Because that's where you're gonna get the sight line that's the best, or not the best, but like where you'd see the most. The closer in you get, obviously, the steeper you have to look up, the more everything is gonna be obscured. So these were taking from being all the way out on 150, on the edge of 150, and being all the way up on the other side of the roundabout, and then also being all the way over on Ward and being.
I would also do your calculations based on that top floor, looking out a window on a top floor, that third-story building, which should be pretty close to the fourth floor of the other building, you know, to see if you could see them there, and also look at your parapets, because I don't know where Commissioner Love is going to go, but I agree with the city that we shouldn't lower the parapet size. We should go with that, but, sorry, Jake, thanks.
No, it's great.
And yeah, when I say the lowest parapet, just so you can see, that is like one of these where you can see there's quite a bit. That would be, this one is the lowest and everything else is taller. So there's quite a bit that's taller, and we actually have all the units moved to the center. If you're looking at it in plan, all the units are moved to the center of the building. Nothing is out on the edges where it'll be.
It's actually more problematic though, right? Because your lowest section is in the center of the building. With respects to the parapet heights, right? And the ability.
Oh, no, I mean,
in.
I don't mean in the middle of the building.
Oh, you're saying in
both
the
ways. I'm
center
like,
of
the
the-
building is very long
Sure.
this way, and it's only so deep this way, so it's located centered this
In
short
the center of
distance.
the center of the structure.
Then they
north,
go all
south.
the way down, and
Sure.
they're kept about the same distance that they are from this side, from the ends as well.
Understood. Okay. You have some HVAC units that are also on the ground. Did I see that
Now,
correctly?
the other buildings, yes, the other buildings have the HVAC units on the ground, and they will be screened according to the requirements city requires for screening. There will be landscape screening. We're required to screen all the ground units. I believe we got to put screening for the electrical equipment. We will actually paint the electrical equipment to match whatever is behind it, so it does blend in even more.
And that's pretty typical as far as seeing, you know, meter banks that are on the sides of buildings and things like that. I haven't seen an application recently that had HVAC units on the ground for this sort of product, so.
Yeah, now there are not going to be any let me see, where's the site plan?
Well, you've got one right there where you're showing a bank of those HVAC.
Yeah, you can see them sitting, they'll be sitting there, there will be screening and stuff around them. But they're not on all sides of the building. They're not right in front, like here, you won't see them.
Sure. Okay, and then, so on the clubhouse, how many square feet is the clubhouse?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I don't know, it's maybe 5,000 square feet, if that.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head.
Right, do you have that?
That one was shown at 7,950 square feet.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. And then are all the units access control as far as we talked about how there's only one building that had elevator service, but are all of them access control at the entries with call boxes and?
Typically,
key fob?
Milhaus does everything access control. You are accessing control all the entries. Yes.
Okay.
Typically, so you'll need a card to get in the building.
Okay, and then as far as the garage unit counts, we just talked about that, but it was 19 units and there's no tuck under garages, so we've got.
No tuck under garages, they're just out in the parking area.
Okay. And then, I guess I think the only other question, I didn't know exactly how this had been described. Is this development intended to be something that's a kind of a Class B product that's being introduced into the city, or?
Milhaus does Class A for everything. I'll let her speak.
Thanks.
This is intended to be a market rate product, Class A, but not like premium luxury necessarily, just affordable as in the sense that it's meant to be reasonably priced and meet the market here in the.
Okay. And then just, I guess, a couple questions for staff real quick. So the density that we had was 2373, I think, as far as as far as counts per acre, what is Manor Homes at Arbor Walk?
That one is 9.88 dwelling units
9.88?
per acre.
Okay. And then the only other question I think I had for you guys was just, you mentioned something about covered entries. Is that a requirement of?
That's part of the M150 corridor development overlay.
thought that might be.
Multifamily buildings do require covered entries.
So is that just covered entry at the main entry, or is that covered entry into, like, because a lot of times we'll also see coverings over top of patios and, you know, the private decks and things like that that people have, and we don't have that all the time here. We have it in some instances, but not in others.
Yeah, so that is for primary entrances to the building. On this longer building here, you can see that some of the
Some of them have them and some of them do
patios have
not.
some
Yeah.
covering, because that was to meet the building projection requirement also in the M150 corridor development overlay.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
I'm thinking you had some questions, Commissioner Trafton?
Oh, yes, thank you. Let's see. Let's go back to the parapet screening, and so 3 foot to what's the highest one? You have 3 different heights.
We have 3 different heights. I would say the highest one, actually put the dimensions on here. This blue beam where you can measure.
There, can you help them?
Oh, that's right, we did have it in the elevations. You're right. There we go. Sorry, not my computer. Okay, the highest parapet is 2 feet taller than the shortest parapet. If our 4th floor is at 132 feet, then that would put that roof level at, if we were on the side where the roof is at its lowest point, that would put 32, that would be like a 3'6" parapet on the low side, and maybe 3 foot or so on because the roof is sloping front to back on the building. So the parapet's taller at the back than it is at the front, just because the roof is sloping. But it'd be about 3.5 feet.
So, and the tallest one is 7?
Tallest one would be then about 5.5 feet.
5.5. Okay. One of the things I'm trying to understand is
and
the conversation, Adair, with the staff around the modification they're requesting. Like, what do we want them to do? What did you guys ask? What's the UDO ask us to do in this situation
So
as a developer?
Yeah, the UDO requires that the parapet be the height of the rooftop equipment to fully screen it. Staff has seen, and it has been approved in other situations, where we would allow for like a bolt-on inset screening. So that would be internal to the roof and just surrounding the equipment. So we are recommending that either the parapet be raised to fully screen all of the equipment, as stated verbatim in the UDO, or that a modification be granted to allow for that inset screening method.
So they could put like an inset screen on it, so it's not on the outside, but similar to what they have to do to the ground level units, they'd be doing on the roof. And so, like, height of that, so are we asking them to do something higher than 5.5 feet?
It would be whatever the height of the rooftop equipment is, however that high.
Oh, okay,
the
so are
maximum
these
height,
big
everything.
units, or how big are these units, and how high are they?
Your standard residential, I think the largest we have is maybe either 2.5, or I don't even think we get into a 3-ton unit. So with the efficiencies, they kind of change in height, depends on who you're doing, but what is represented on the drawing, like where you're seeing here in this actual drawing, this is an actual unit sitting on the roof at its proper height. I don't know the exact height of the unit off the top of my head.
Well, I guess I'm confused if that low parapet right there is 3.5 feet. The lowest, I think is what you said, was 3.5.
It depends on which side of the building you're on.
And then this is 3 feet. I'm confused as to why it's not covering it.
Yeah, they might be 3.5 feet, 4 feet. The roof is sloping up, so if the parapet on the bottom side is 3.5 feet, you might be 6 inches higher than when you get to the middle where the unit's sitting. So it might be a 3-foot difference. But on this one, by the time we sent this update, we had all the mechanical units in, so you can see how some of them just barely, if you're looking flat on or above it, and some of them are up, that's at least a foot.
I like the articulation of the roof line. I don't want a straight line across there, so I appreciate what you've tried to do there. I guess my concern is what's the resistance to doing?
It's just, it's additional material. It makes the building look, you get a lot heavier kind of top when these get higher.
What did we talk, what's the recessed one that would just go around the unit?
That would just be a panel that you would buy and set on the roof, set them back.
Gotcha.
That's probably actually more expensive than doing the parapets.
Okay.
Yeah, the only reason we kind of it was part of it is we were literally, like we said, we were trying to show the units. When you are on the ground, you are not going to see the units. I appreciate what the UDO is doing too, but it's also, the whole point of it is to not see them, and you can see that when you are on the ground, even at a great distance away.
I get you're not going
gonna
to see it on the
them.
ground and driving by potentially. I guess the way it's written in there with the recommendation, if this was to move forward, it's saying what exactly are we asking them to do? Are we saying we're not going to allow for because it says staff does not approve the recommendation
Yeah, so the staff letter states
for
that staff
modification?
doesn't recommend approval of the modification as it's being requested. The approval condition is number 6 here, so that's that all roof-mounted equipment shall be screened, and then there's 2 options in there. So they could either choose to screen it by the parapet or the similar feature equal to the height, or through the bolt-on inset
So
screening
we're
system.
requiring them to meet the standard?
Yes.
Okay,
We
thank
still
you.
have that written.
Appreciate that. Okay, my other question is around, did you have something you wanted to ask?
Just while we were on that topic, doesn't the overlay also mention this as well? So it's double emphasized. We want it in the UDO, and then we were very intentional in the overlay to mention it again.
Yes, so it's in both, so we only applied the overlay because the overlay does state that it takes precedence if any characteristics are duplicated.
Okay.
Commissioner Trafton, I still think that they could continue with the articulation even if they extended the height of that. So I
get it. Thank you.
It wouldn't have to be level across.
All right, the next thing I'd like to talk about is the grading. You mentioned it a little, the grading transition from the large building, I don't know what number that is, to the street level. I'm just curious about what's the grade drop off, from the top of this project to the bottom?
Existing or proposed after completion?
Proposed.
Aside from the grading plan, I'd say that actual section through the site also kind of gives you a good idea. You can go to that if it helps. Patrick's here to grab.
Yes. So from Arbor Walk, we're up around 990. By the time you get down to 150, you are around the 970 range. 20 feet.
But the bottom of your project,
Bottom of our project is 9.7. My eyes aren't what they used to be.
984, 982.
Yeah, that's where we're grading, where we're grading down back onto the property to the south. The edge of our property really is, right there at like 984.
Like a 6 feet drop off. And then you have a 4-foot building. You said, how much taller does that 4-foot building kind of go over, like, go above the 3-foot the 3-foot buildings? Like 12 feet?
The 4-foot building, in fact, I can
Because
pull,
of the drop off, you don't know, like, is it gonna?
let me, I still, representation of. This drawing here is a pretty good representation of the drop-off and the buildings. You'll see, even though this building is 4 stories, because it doesn't have a sloped roof, its overall height really is not any taller than the ridge line of the 3-story buildings. It's a little taller, but it's not dwarfing it like you would think a whole nother story would be. Now, if we put a pitched roof on that building, yeah, it would look way taller. But because of the flat roof, it's maybe a hair taller, and if the parapets were to get raised, it might be a hair more.
Okay. Thanks. The other thing, who wants to talk about landscaping and buffers?
I can talk about that.
Okay. So the landscaping plan, it looks like there's maybe 13 feet from the edge of your property on the south side towards 150. The parking lot, is that about estimate there? What would you say it is?
There is on the south side where the parking lot ends and the edge of our property should be 20 feet. There's a 20-foot buffer right there.
20 feet buffer. And what is planned? It looked like you just had some street trees in there. Are you doing any kind of burning? It seems like I had mentioned, I was trying to recall if I heard anything about that.
There's no berming on the south side, no.
So these are all just regular street trees going around the south edge?
Correct, yes.
And it looks like you maybe have some shrubs in there or something?
Yes. That's the small circles and then your ornamental trees.
Right. Well, and as we learned earlier, I mean, the city will work with you on the final plan as far as whether we have evergreens in there as well. I mean, generally, we like to see a mix of that. So I was just, like, if there was any kind of effort to kind of create more, I know we're talking about a 4-story building here, but, and it's on a height already, it's already on a hill, going up about 20 feet. So, yeah, I was just curious about that.
Just to answer real quick, on the perimeter trees, 1 out of every 3 trees, so every 3rd tree is an evergreen or a coniferous tree. South here is going to be the proposed commercial. So since it's not right up against 150, the actual buffering in between didn't really have a lot of justification as we would onto the
Right.
commercial south.
I get it. Thank you. Okay, I think the last couple questions I have are for Ms. Coffey. So I see here, it looks like you have 8 projects in Kansas City that you guys have done.
Done 10.
So 2 on the Kansas side, 8 on the Missouri side. Is that correct?
True, yes.
And then it looked like, I was trying to see, you said you guys have like longevity of projects, but it looks like 5 of those projects you sold.
Have sold a few. Unfortunately, when we partner with investors, sometimes the market dictates that we do have to sell. such as like in pre-COVID, the market got really, really stout, and we didn't want to sell our project in the Crossroads, but our partner did. So it
Gotcha.
was a point in time where we had to exit. We didn't want to. We always have a goal of long-term holding, and we've actually kind of started to target investment partners that have that same objective. We're starting to do a lot more like opportunity zone stuff too, which at that point you're required to hold a project for at least 10 years. But it is a part of one of our pillars, one of the things that it's important to us because of the way we're set up as a development, construction, and property management company to use all three, sources of our strengths, so.
In this market, what's the longest you've owned a project?
Question. The oldest projects are the ones that have sold. So currently, I'd say we're probably 7 years.
And then, like, I see you're all over the place, actually. So what's the longest project you've held anywhere?
Across the United States, I think we still own a couple of them in Indianapolis that are right in downtown Indy.
Are how old?
We were founded in 2010, so I'd say they were probably
15 years?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I think. So you had mentioned the developer that you partner with on projects. Sometimes they dictate whether you sell.
Yeah.
Investor, sorry.
Yep.
So the investor for this project, are they a known investor that likes to sell projects?
No, we have strategically tried to move away from those folks.
All right, great. Thank you.
Welcome.
No further questions, Chair.
Okay. Okay.
Question for staff. I've been very quiet today, so I'm very excited to talk. When we're talking about the elevators,
Yes.
clarify the intention behind that UDO when it comes to the elevators, because ADA is included in that, but from what I understand, it's not necessarily the intention of having ADA compliant elevators in our buildings, in all of the buildings. Or let me just be quiet. Can you just clarify?
Yeah, so that is for our M150 CDO. It is to allow for people of all different age groups to live within the community. The UDO specifically states that 1 out of every 3 buildings has to supply an ADA-approved elevator. It's not an ADA requirement, but it is an ADA-approved elevator. So we are actually, they're proposing to meet that requirement by serving 1/3 of the total units on site with that elevator. 1/3 of the units is 91. Building C is proposed to have 92, so they would meet the intent of that.
There's no specific requirement that a certain number of units have to have access to an ADA elevator within.
Just through our M150 corridor overlay, that is where that requirement lies.
I could add to that a little bit. For accessibility, the elevator's fully compliant with all the accessibility codes that apply. We have to comply with both fair housing, and we have to comply with the building code and ANSI requirements for accessibility. Technically, ADA doesn't apply to apartments, but I know that's the term everybody knows, but we will be providing accessible units, and there are accessible units in the garden apartments, which are on the first floor, of course, because you can't get up the stairs. And then in the 4-story building, there will also be accessible units. So there is an accessible units of each type of unit. So a disabled person can come to this place and rent. And then based on fair housing requirements, every ground floor unit has to meet specific requirements for what they call adaptability, meaning we can add grab bars, we can do this, and it's stuff that allows you to not, oh, I got to add grab bar, but now I got to reinforce your wall, I got to do all this work. No, you need a grab bar, 3 screws, I'm done, and you can have a grab bar. Everything is in place to support that. And then on the other units that are fully what we'd call a truly accessible unit, or meeting the ANSI Type A guidelines, they can be converted. In other words, the grab bars can go in, but like things like the going under the sink and stuff, they're a cabinet that's easily removable because not everybody's in a wheelchair, so they don't want to make you make every unit completely accessible, because maybe you want the space under your sink because you're not in a wheelchair, but you use crutches or something. But if you need the space, it's already set up to be easily adaptable, where they just pull the cabinet out, the floor finish is already there, the wall's painted behind it, everything is all set. All the maintenance guy's got to come and do is pull out that cabinet. And that's all based on requests of the tenants. But we do have units that serve everything accessible. And when it comes to the 4-story building, every unit in that building has to meet the fair housing requirements, on top of we have 2% of the project that is the fully accessible units. And then the clubhouse, of course, does meet ADA, and so will all the amenities and everything else.
Right. Commissioner Frazier?
I apologize, I have one more. Can you speak to why, unless I'm missing something, why on the 4-story building, there is no landscaping between the parking spaces and the building, whereas I thought I saw at least some landscaping between the parking spaces and the building, like the first level apartments? Is that something that staff is?
You're talking about this area here. That is not something that staff has identified as why there is not any landscaping within the area. It is something that we'll look at more intensely during the final development plan. This is pretty conceptual still at this point. Yeah, I'm assuming once we get to final development plan is when they typically do a zoom in on all of these buildings and show you the specific landscaping around each building as far as shrubs and shrub count. At this point, that is a little bit into the weeds on it, so, but that is something we can make note of.
All right, it appears we have no more questions from the commission, so we'll close public hearing and go into comments.
Chair, I just want to make sure that we did hit all the public comments that filled out the form, and there was no other additional.
We did.
Okay.
We only had 2. I guess we could say if you wanted to fill out a card real quick, but I think we're good on that. And I do want to say, I forgot to say this at the beginning of the meeting, that we're happy to have because we're all residents as well, we're happy to have participation from the public. We can't always give you the answers you want, but we appreciate hearing from you, and I appreciate everybody being respectful. I guess I have a comment about the screening on the roof. I feel strongly that it should be there because we've double emphasized it, actually. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't think that's a negotiable thing based on what the staff has said and then what we are requiring for that. And I will ask if anyone has questions down here. Commissioner, or not questions, comments. Commissioner Benbrook?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I do like the redesign of this site from the original 2003. I'm glad we lessened the density, we increased the buffers. It seems like a much better fit with the neighborhood. I'm glad we took a good look at the drainage. I'm sorry that you got so much silt problems. Unfortunately, you're not the only lake in Lee Summit that is dealing with that from development. That's Mother Nature at its work, But I'm grateful that we have a project like this that is, in a sense, sensitive to the existing neighborhood there. It's a good transition. It's certainly separating retail. I'm glad you tucked the 4-story building back, even though you're kind of cheating with the flat roof, but that's okay. I understand what you're trying to do there, and I appreciate it. I do appreciate the better materials. I understand the lesser use of the masonry in a sense. And I'm also glad to see a variety of uses. A little disappointed there's no pickleball court. You're going to get a lot of that here in Lee Summit. You're going to get an earful. So we got a lot of grass. It'll save on the mowing. Just saying maintenance, maybe tit for tat there. But other than that, I think this is a good project. I think it's a good fit along the 150 corridor. I support staff's decision with the screening. I think that's a necessity. And that's all I have. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I guess no one else has comments, and I agree with Commissioner Benbrook. I also like the green space. Changing the density from the original plan is really nice. So I would say that we are ready to get a motion, and Lovelace, did do the motion, please? Okay.
Chair, I move to recommend for approval application PL 2024-319 Residential Preliminary Development Plan 150 and Ward Apartments, 3620 Southwest Ward Road, Milhaus Development applicant.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Sherry Frazier,
Yes.
Jake Lovelace,
No.
Terry Trafton,
No.
Dana Arth,
Yes.
Jessica Greneau,
Yes.
Chip Tuzinski,
Yes.
Randy Benbrook.
Yes.
All right, the motion has passed, and we will move on to roundtable. Do we have any roundtable? I look at you, Shannon.
Just congratulations to Jessica on her first meeting.
Yes?
Did a great job. I don't have anything else.
It's quite a meeting, too.
Go Chiefs.
Go Chiefs.
Oh, sorry.
I got a
Go
comment.
Royals.
I get a kick out of this, and I love you guys for this, the staff and how you evolve your presentations to fit our comments. I see how certain commissioners make certain
take
comments over and
guidance.
over, and you guys always plug that into your presentations. Fantastic. Kudos.
We do listen to what you say and the comments that you do have, so we do try to address those preemptively to make more efficient use of your time.
Yeah, we do appreciate that. Anything else? Okay, they're having their own conversation, so I'm going to adjourn the meeting at 8:47.